Good morning and welcome to Annisfield Playing Field, where we here in round number 2 in the West Indies under 19 3 days tournament, Rising Stars, Windward versus Guyana. Guyana has won the toss and elected to bat. With me this morning is the veteran Stanley Hines. Stanley Hines, good morning and welcome.
A pleasant good morning to you. Can I warm welcome to our viewers?
Well, action is about to start right away. The sun is up in all its glory. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, short extra cover, Windward Islands, coming off of a victory in the last game. Starts outside the off stump, bounce 1-2 times to the wicket keeper Stanley.
Yes, I think basically it's a sort of a warm-up delivery day, so you can't judge anything as yet, assess it properly, just wait and see what happens.
All right, just to let you know the teams, Guyana team is Dindal, Ramnath, Harewood, Prasad, Ramsamy, Mohabia, Phillips, Sandria, Thorne, and Prasad. Also, Charles is also playing this game. The Windward Islands is have Pascal, Jeremiah, Stephen Pascal, Gerald, Jeremiah, Devon Joseph, Bolton Sears, Tariq Edwards, Kurt Murray, Chanel Edwards, Kevin Gassi, Courtney Franklin, and Rishon Lewis, Devin Tyson. Those are the extra men with Jelani Joseph doing the substitute. Lifting delivery, just striking him just above the knee roll. So, it's a bad start here. Windward Islands versus Guyana. Windward's looking for the second victory. Guyana looking to do the same, looking to get some points on the board, Stanley.
Yes, trying his early days, overcast conditions, and how best would the Windwards be able to utilize the conditions, if they have the ability to utilize it.
So Chanel Edwards with the ball in his hand from St. Lucia. This one is up in the air. Would this be the first wicket? Yes, it is. Out caught, and the Windwards have struck very early here this morning in the first over, and another soft dismissal as players continue here. A soft dismissal, and Guyana have lost the first wicket.
Who can he blame for his dismissal but his own self? Push the ball. It's like kiddies cricket. Just push the ball into the air and tell you, thank you very much, I've had enough for the day. And that's it. It's so easy to describe the delivery on a line, on a length, and he pushed it straight up into the air to the man at whitish extra cover. And easy catch, easier sun him on. I don't think he wanted anything easier than that. So Guyana, after a very poor start, and there's nothing anybody can say about the pitch. He gave himself out. It's so easy, it isn't funny.
Well, Guyana have lost the wicket of Prasad without scoring. Number 74 comes to the crease. That's let's familiarize myself with these names. Captain Mavindra Dindal, he comes to the crease. So Prasad has gone without troubling the scorers.
He did trouble the scorers. Have to type in how out.
Oh,
that's
my
about
God.
it. In terms of the fourth column, he didn't trouble no one.
Well,
I don't even think he troubled himself.
Windward Islands versus Guyana. D number 1 in 3. First over, the loss of Prasad. Brings Captain Dindal to the crease to do the work which is required of him. This one is a short lifting delivery outside the off, something to the keeper's glove. Players are decked in their white with their numbers on their back and their name, Stanley. Something that is brought to the cricket. 3 days format, 4 days, so that you could identify the players. But very good conditions here for cricket. Sun is out, just calm, cool. Dindal battling, Gassi, Sitution fast bowler. Sun is outside here, some plays and miss. Pretty late on that one. That brings the first over to an end here at Annisfield. Windward versus Guyana. Guyana are one without any run on the board.
Yeah, an over with no real merit, just trying to find his line, trying to find his length. And fortunate for him, a gifted wicket, so to speak. And he's pretty happy. And Windward's captain will be very happy that at least they've gotten one gift on this 20th of July, very, very early o'clock. And Guyana will start all over again. No run on the board for the loss of a wicket. And let's see if the Windwards will try to capitalize if there are any more gifts to be given around from the Guyanese team. That is a overcast day. Some clouds are wrong. The sun is going in between the clouds, but there's no threat of rain whatsoever. But it's cool conditions. As a question of how best can the Guyanese batting lineup stay there and try and bat as long as possible, or maybe really, really difficult to describe how that individual got out. It's really, really difficult because there's no merit, nothing. You can't even assess the pitch. And he is on his way to the pavilion, sitting there right now, relaxing. One thing for sure, you do not make runs in the pavilion.
Well, that is for sure. But Courtney Franklin has the ball in his hand. Number 47 is back. Leeward, the man from Leeward.
This is a very interesting guy, you know, Courtney Franklin. I can tell you that. I can tell he's a very, very interesting guy. I'll give you more about him.
Yes, multi-talented fella.
Tremendous individual from the North Leeward area.
So there's 4 slips. This one is a full delivery and no ball called. It's probably just some little sweat in his hand though. Nervousness still.
I think so.
No ball called. He has to be very careful. If he
Yes.
bowls one more of those deliveries, he would be out of the game
Yeah,
completely.
you see him drying his hands. Yes, yes. I think it slipped from him.
Yeah, unfortunately. So one of those deliveries you're not expecting. But no harm done. Just that run to Guyana. Windward Islands versus Guyana here at Annisfield. It's nice sunny conditions. Slight breeze. Franklin. Outside the off stump, lifting, carrying nicely to the wicket keeper. Very attacking fielding set here by the skipper for the Windward Islands. Short extra cover, square cover, 4 slips. There's a man at fine leg. There's a man at short mid-wicket and mid-on. This one is a full delivery outside the off stump. Just been pushed up to the man at short extra cover. Really.
Could have easily allowed that one to go by. It was so wide outside the off stump that he decided that he is going to push at it. So, again, the technicalities are showing up at this young age. This is part and parcel of his hampering in his cricket.
Yeah, and the fast ball is coming over the wicket. That is slanting across your body. You really have no need to do that. Putting yourself at risk. Franklin again. Fuller delivery. Just coming back and hitting the stumps. No harm done there. But seems to be looking to bowl a full length here, Franklin.
Yes, he's doing the right thing, you know. Really doesn't know what the pitch is going to do. And more than likely, because of preparation, moisture, chances are anything to happen would happen now for him. So I think he's doing the correct thing. Try and look for that line just around that fourth stump area and be consistent there. And let's see what the pitch will do. I think that is what he's probably trying to do.
This one is a straighter delivery. Appeal goes up. Not out, says the umpire. He's in the best position to make that decision.
Clearly, that one pitch outside the leg stump, enthusiasm, exuberant.
Yes.
Courtney went up and the umpire negated the appeal, but certainly on line in terms of stumps, but pitch outside leg stump, and the umpire did the correct thing. As I said, he's a very interesting guy, and we first spotted him from kiddies cricket at the Shatterville Methodist School. There's some interesting conversations we had to get in.
Franklin with the number 47 on his back. This one is outside here of some good delivery, well left. This time he shoulder arms, goes into the keeper's glove, has nothing to do with that.
He was very determined, Ken Roy, because in conversation he said to me, I have to play for St. Vincent, whether it's cricket, whether it's football, I have to play. I'm determined, I'm going to make it, Heinz. So said, so done.
Well, he's here today representing the Windward Islands. That's a step further than St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So he has done extremely well over the years since primary school cricket. So it's a full delivery driven to the man. A short extra cover brings over number 2 to an end. Rather quiet overs. Wicket seems to be... can't give you a full assessment right now.
It's a little difficult.
It's pretty early days.
It's a little difficult to give it full assessment.
Yeah, but
certainly what we saw from Courtney is keeping that ball up on around that foot stump line, one or two spray here or there, but generally a good opening over from him on target and forcing the batsman to play probably four of those 6 deliveries, one cannon into his pads. One he played at was wide he should not have, but he played at it. He could have nicked it. And at the end of it all, I think it's a good opening over from him.
Yes, try to keep that ball full. Just outside here of some fourth stump area. That is what he would want him to do with a new ball. But it's Gassi, who's bowling over number 3. It's outside here of some good delivery lifting into the keeper's glove.
And this is probably the surface itself towards the eastern end of the square, so to speak. And this is the one that tend to assist fast bowlers, this particular strip here. The others have their own characteristics, but this one tend to assist in the early days. And it does have some bungs. I'm not sure about the preparation, the sort of quantity of moisture that is in it, but certainly it do help the fast bowler. And anytime you see the attempt to bouncer, you will see it fly across somebody's head. I'm aware of this state of this pitch here.
That's years of experience coming from Stanley Hines playing cricket on this ground, and later on, as he's doing now, commentating, this one is lifting outside the off stump, just as he says, giving the fast bowler some assistance. So those are good lines by Gassi here.
Yeah, both bowlers I think are keeping a good line. They're not really spraying the ball all over the place as some new ball bowlers tend to do. They're there about probing away. And with the motivation, having gotten a wicket already, it doesn't matter whether you give it to me, yes or no, you got no wicket, I'm happy and I'm going to search for a second one. I'm going to probe for a second one.
Well, 1 brings 2.
True.
Remember that being said. And when you have somebody back against the wall, you keep them there. Lovely delivery. So if you're just joining us, we are here at Arnesville playing field where Windward Islands are taking on Guyana in the West Indies Rising Stars tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the gem of the Antilles. Beckway in the background, the sun is out. Just a few grey clouds around, but no threat of rain. Here in the second round, Windward Islands coming off of a win against the Leeward Islands. Pretty tight one. Won that game by 1 wicket at Sion Hill. Looking to do Much better in this game, Windwards. This one again, Gassi just hitting the outer portion of the bat, running to the man at backward points. Windward Islands having a very good run in this tournament so far. 1 day and the 3 days tournament. I think they have a pretty good team on paper, and also they are playing reasonably good cricket. That's the issue for me in this tournament is the consistency of the players and how the teams are playing, just being consistent with their play, really. But they have put up a good showing so far, Windward Islands. They are home. This one is outside the hour. He drives and misses into the keeper's glove. Another good delivery there by Gassi, just outside the off stump again. That fourth stump, and he's drawn the skipper, Dindal, outside the off stump, driving loosely. Yeah,
the Dindal is unsure as to where his off stump is because of the lack of movement of the feet. So he's playing the deliveries he ought not to. And hence he's bringing these 3 slips and everybody on the close catchers into contention waiting for the snick. But certainly, if there's a little bit of a movement from his feet movement, he will be able to pick up the line. But the guy is bowling, Gassi is bowling just thereabout, looking for a second wicket.
Again, beaten outside the house, something that plays and misses. Over number 3 come to an end.
Yeah, but you know, we may easily stay here and say how excellent the over is, but it's excellent in the over based on the batsman who's facing the deliveries. Because that last delivery again could have easily allowed it to go by, and there'll be no harm. But he decided he's going to play it because if you look at him carefully, he's staying in his crease on that leg stump line. Seems to be a leg stump guard, and he's not moving his feet until the ball is pitched, and then he's trying to make an outward movement, and that is creating the problem. Playing the deliveries, he could easily leave alone if he had this sort of movements that at this age he should have had.
Right, so some technical issues need to be addressed there. It comes to Dindal.
You look at the Indian opening batsman, Jaiswal, at his age. You can see exactly what I'm speaking about here. His movement is good. He picks up the line nicely. And at this age, parallel age, should at least have half of what he has possessed, demonstrated thus far.
Franklin, this one is just down the leg side. Taken neatly by the keeper down the leg side as well, moving nicely.
So the technical deficiencies we're seeing from our youngsters batting, it has to come from that younger age. And the coach is not really picking up what is really happening to our young batsmen, or they're not retaining what being taught to them. I don't know.
It's Franklin. This one is straight to delivery. Closing the face of the bat. Really should have been playing that with a full face back past the bowler.
All this is being said in terms of looking for the improvement in West Indies cricket, because the thing about it, their next level is the West Indies senior team. That isn't their next level. So we have to be mindful as to what we are saying and ensure that we are, yes, with their strengths, you say exactly what they're strong, where they're strong, and where their weakness, point it out.
Full delivery again. Really should have been left alone, way outside the off stump.
That's the point I'm making again, way outside the off stump. He just stayed there and flayed his bat at it. And fortunate to be there. Any little movement away from him, he could easily snick it. The 3 slips and the gullies that were probing, you know.
And you know, back earlier days, you know, your opening batsman, you're told, play less deliveries. Have a look early, unless it's threatening your stumps.
A very good old days, Ken, where it used to be said to the batsman, back and across.
Yes.
Pick up the line.
Better. Problems here. Fit the stumps. Good feeling there by the man at middle of the number 57. Pick up and throw. That's
But we'll do hope that the coaches around the region will pick up these technical deficiencies and work on the batsmen for the betterment and improvement of West Indies cricket, because certainly it is clear, it is visible. These two batsmen, they are definitely not moving their feet. They're staying on that leg stump guard and just having a flair with the bat, and anything can go. Anything goes. So we just hope for the best and hope that at least they would learn, because to play in a place like England with this type of lack of movement, they're going to get themselves into real problems.
First, you have to prove themselves here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
That's if they go on a school tour or something like that to learn.
Oh, that's a lovely delivery. Beaten. Pitched, held its line into the keeper's glove.
Well, at the end of it all, it turned out to be an excellent delivery because he played at it outside the off stump. But fortunate for him, he didn't get a snick. And Franklin looked at him and wondered, well, how come you did not touch this one? But that's how it is. It's what, 1 for 1 or something like that? After
It's 2 for 1.
2 for
Guyana.
1 after this the what, 4th over.
So the 4th over.
And they are struggling on a pitch that what I've seen so far, as I said earlier, after this delivery.
Oh, he's bowled. He is bowled, comprehensively bowled by Franklin. Pitched up, he played right over it, around it, and Franklin has got with the off stump. Windward Islands have struck their second blow.
Yes, vital wicket there as far as Windwards are concerned. Franklin keep probing away, again because of the lack of movements of his feet. The ball went past him and cannon into his off stump, and he's on his way back to the pavilion. And Wade was right on a roll here. And I think the Guyanese batsmen, if my memory serves me right, they're not accustomed to a pitch like this, where it comes on a little more, as I said earlier. Comes on a little more, it bounces a little more. And I believe because of the state of the pitches in Guyana, at Providence, and the other grounds that they do play on Essequibo, Barbados, wherever else, they do not get these type of pitches where the ball tend to bounce a bit more and zip on a bit, so to speak. And they found themselves wanting, and they're in real problems here now. 2 for 2, as Franklin has struck, assisting his partner, the guys from the southern end, and Guyana in real trouble here, because when you win the toss and you lose wickets like this, you are in really trouble from ball 1.
Well, that brings number 37 it is.
The winners will be very happy. 2 wickets. They'll be very, very happy.
Holidays, success for their fast bowlers. So that brings Yearwood to the crease for Guyana. He has his captain with him, Dindal.
And the pitch itself will play like this for the rest of the day. And maybe tomorrow, except the sun comes out and really bake it. I tell them aware of the state of this particular track. It will stay like this for the day, so Guyana will really have to dig deep to extricate themselves from the position they find themselves into.
Yeah, so Guyana in some serious trouble here early on day number 1. West Indies Rising Star, Windward Islands versus Guyana, round 2. Windward's coming off a win, won that game by 1 wicket against the Leeward Islands. Tanti Moore entered the pavilion during that game. Really ended in excitement. But Windward came away with the victory. Guyana, 2 for 2. Gassi has struck in his first over. Pretty soft dismissal. And Franklin has just bowled his opponent there comprehensively. This one is outside the off stump. Beats him into the keeper's glove. Pace. Beaten by Pace. Was pretty late on that one from where I'm standing here. I'm sitting.
Yeah, for him sitting, he played very late, but by the time he had played the ball already into the keeper's gloves. So I don't know what he's seeing that we are not seeing. Because certainly if it's a fast bowler is bowling, you ought to be looking to cover your stumps and keep those eyes on the delivery and bat what comes to you. Not a good sign as far as Guyana is concerned.
Just to let you know, the skipper, Dindal, is one was bowled. He's playing forward in the approved manner. So it's Ramnath who is there with Yearwood. It says Ramnath and Yearwood at the crease for Guyana. Skipper has lost His off stump, he's back to the pavilion. Guyana, 2 for 2. Over number 5 being bowled by the St. Lucian Gassi. Windwards with their tails up this morning, very early. Sun is outside the off stump looking to play through the offside again. Really shouldn't have anything to do with that. That's too wide outside the off stump. Hitting the inner portion of the bat and going out to mid wicket. New ball outside the off stump, not threatening your stumps. No danger. Shoulder arms. You're 2 wickets down. Play less. Spend some time at the crease. That is what I probably would have been told by Stanley Gunny Hines.
Well, the only way you can make runs, Ken Roy, as I always said to you youngsters a few moons ago, you can only make runs once you stay in the middle.
That's where the runs is. It's not in the pavilion. Gassi, that one hits the edge. The man at second slip didn't stop it. They will go for 1. They're back for 2. So 2 runs there to Ramnath. That's falling short of the second slip.
Unfortunate for the Windwards, it didn't carry. Unfortunate for Guyana, it did carry because again it's a ball fairly wide outside the house and he played at it. It got in nick this time, but as I said, either way where one can look at it, it fell short of the man at second slip and they got 2 runs. But fortune favors the brave and he continues to soldier on for Guyana.
Gassi over the wicket. That's better.
That's much better.
Shoulder arms into the keeper's glove. That is what the coach would want you to do. Don't be playing at those deliveries. Leave them, let them go. Unless it's threatening your stumps, it is full. Then you can play with your full face of your bat down.
I wonder if he has learned something from the previous delivery, recognizing they did nick it. So this time it's around the same line, same length. And he decided, look, let discretion be the better part of valor and allow that one to go by to the keeper. But if that is the case, that is good judgment.
I learned to Ramnath there. He's pushing shoulder arms, leaving it to go to the keeper. This time he's playing back straight. The man coming on from mid-on doesn't feel cleanly. They've gone runs, for 1, really. God.
Kenroy, that's 2 easy runs, man. Come on.
The batsmen are not looking. They are not looking for that extra run. So over number 6 have been completed.
Sometimes, because you're on the technology, you have to be mindful as to what you really want to say.
Playing that to the man at square cover who does the fielding. With ones having the better of the morning so far. Franklin and Gassi doing the business with the new ball.
Sometimes we look at the old method of training, early morning warm-ups and so on. You should be ready to fire and go in the early morning, man. Come on. This shot, the level of the kind of training, the kind of warm-ups. When we were finished our warm-up, every man had to go and have a wipe and a sweat or whatever else because you're ready, prime, ready to go from ball 1. You don't go out in the middle and start your warm-ups. That is a joke. Start from ball 1.
As you enter the stadium, even before that, you have to be mentally ready.
Of course you have to be ready.
So I was just losing the sun somewhat here at Annisville. Some dark grey clouds are hovering over us. So we have lost the sunshine for a little while.
It will be this kind of day for, it's kind of overcast. Maybe no rain, but overcast. This is kind of weather we expect.
This one is a straighter delivery. Just taking his bottom hand off of the bat. Not too comfortable with that.
I think it's good bowling conditions. Yes, the pitch is given some type of assistance. It's cool, it's overcast, and you know who I love to have seen in these conditions, Kenroy Peters.
Yeah.
He'll give him real problems with this type of condition, darting it in and out at the batsman. I'm not too sure if these bowlers have the ability, because what they're doing is keeping the ball most of Franklin thereabout, and the batsmen are committing an error. I see the groundsmen making a move, am I right?
Yes, they are. Making preparation. This one is lifting, hitting the bat, and the ball came back to the stumps. He's bowled and really, Stanley, how to describe this one? He was looking to play, looking to leave. The ball hitting the inner portion of the bat, hitting the leg stump bail. Windwards have taken their third wicket. That of Ramnath. He goes bowl, Franklin, Guyana, 5 for 3.
They are really succumbing here to their own discretion is creating the problem. That one is short outside the half stump. He wanted to leave it or to play at it with the bat hanging horizontal. The ball came and struck the toe of the bat and into his leg stump, and he's on his way back to the pavilion. And Guyana in real serious trouble here now. What, 7 for 3? They're in real problems here now against the Windwards bowlers who are thereabout, and they are their own problems, to be honest with you, because it's seam bowling that is thereabout, and they just have to sit and bat properly. But they're not doing that, and they're gifting their wickets one after the next. And Windwards are saying thank you very much. Maybe the skipper, management of the team may have relook their decision, rethink their decision. Why did we have to run back with the overcast conditions? Not knowing this surface, but at least the overcast conditions. But be that as it may, that's how it is. They're 3 for 7, and the win was right on top. Cock a hoop, and I'm certain that Franklin will put even more pressure on the incoming batsman.
Well, the new man is Mohabia, left-hander again. 3-4 slips basically, waiting there, backward point shot, extra cover. Franklin with his tail up, 2 wickets thus far. This one is a good delivery, causing him to play. As the groundsmen get ready down there, they have on their cloaks, just awaiting that signal from the umpire, as we see some dark clouds on the left side of the mountains there.
I think there are some drizzle rain at the back of us
Yes.
here towards the Daphne Billy area, somewhere in that block.
Yeah,
There's some drizzle rain in that
lovely
area.
air of Daphne and Belair.
The greenest part of the country.
Yes, produce a lot of agricultural products. Franklin, that's a good delivery outside the off stump, well played. Left alone into the keeper's glove. So, after 6 overs, Guyana are 5 for 3.
Then all sorts of contortions here and against the Windwards, and they continue to battle on. But Windwards, they will be quite happy if the condition remain as is without any interruption, and hoping that they will continue to make these mistakes and to be able to take wicket after wicket as regularly as they have done thus far.
Well, the Windwards in a commanding position here. First day of 3 within the first hour. Franklin has picked up 2 wickets, Gassi 1, Windwards. Guyana winning the toss, electing to bat. Are in some serious trouble here at Arnisville against the Windward Islands. This one is outside the off stump. The hands goes up in the slip. That was close to the off stump or well left?
I give him the benefit of the doubt.
I do as well. Good judgment.
Yeah, I'll
Well
give
done,
him the benefit of the doubt.
Well done. So here what? Some good judgment on his behalf. The shoreline arms that one into the Keeper's glove has nothing to do with it. Good judgment, and here was Dipper.
The murky kind of days, heavily overcast, pitch that aiding. There's no sun out to dry out this moisture, and they're in real problems.
Gassi, he's pitched up and he's driving. Doesn't feel that cleanly, but no run.
Would you have won the toss if you were the skipper, management, or any other teams? Not on hindsight. Had you been in a management position and to advise the youngsters what should be done if the toss is won, what would you advise them? Don't be saying it in hindsight.
Well, Guyana coming into this game, losing their first game, of course I would have liked to put the pressure on the Windwards, really. So I would have bowled first, really. But unfortunately, they didn't do that. They wanted a bat, and they're in trouble. But does let you know that the rain has interrupted play here at Annisville. The covers are coming on, and at present, Guyana are 5 runs for 3 wickets. The first morning of the West Indies under-19 tournament, the Rising Stars, here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So, as the covers comes on to the wicket, we will take a break here and we will resume when the weather.
Yes, for our viewers, Windwards lost the toss this morning. Guyana won and decided to bat. And the scorecard is Prasad, he was caught Murray off Gassi without scoring. Rampatad Ramnath, he was bowled by Courtney Franklin for 4. And Mahindra Denial, he was caught bowled by Courtney Franklin without scoring. Yearwood not out Duck. Mohabi had not out Duck. The total is 7 for 3. 5 for 3, I beg your pardon, 5 for 3. And then real problems here. The first interruption after 35 minutes, and certainly in the 35 minutes play possibilities, all been Windwards.
Yes, Windwards have taken control of this game from ball 1 early. From the third ball bowl, Windwards have taken control of this game. But the rain has interrupted us, so we will take a break here and we'll come back here at Annisville when it subsides to bring you more coverage of this West Indies under-19 Rising Stars tournament being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Welcome back to Annisville playing field where the rain have subsided
Yeah,
and the players have encroached on the field again. They are there. They have lost just about an hour play between this game so far. But just to let you know what has occurred before the rain came, it was Guyana won the toss and elected to bat. They are 5 for 3. 5 for 3. 6 overs have been completed. With me is the veteran Stanley Hines. Stanley, welcome back.
Yes, Kenroy, you haven't gone anywhere. Just say having some very serious discussion about the development of cricket in the Caribbean.
Interesting topic
Yes,
it is.
and the infrastructure and all the other things that go hand in hand.
Yes,
But
yes.
apparently we have a hand and a half. We're looking for the other half.
We'll find it somewhere.
I don't know where.
As we continue play here, first delivery being driven up powerfully. Short extra cover, got a hand to it, picked up a single. First positive shot really for the morning I've seen.
Yes, first positive shot after the break. We lost about 55 minutes thereabout. Guyana resuming. Started this morning, not for naught. At the break, 35 minutes, 5 for 3. They have gone on to 6 for 3 and in real trouble, and they'll have to dig deep and bat for an extremely long time to excrete themselves from this position.
Well, that task is left to Mahabia, who's on strike. So on his outside the half stump, playing and missing again outside the half stump all the days. Playing that shot outside the half stump. Should have the judgment all the days here. But good bowling here by Gassi. Hitting that line.
That one certainly seemed back. Pitching outside the left-hander is off stump, but the fifth stump, and it came back, and the wicketkeeper took it over the top of the half stump. Definitely seemed the back. May have hit one of those green patches we are seeing here, but certainly probably is the best delivery of play so far.
Yeah, that was a top-notch delivery by Gassi. Just hitting the off stump and dragging back, playing that drive, cutting between bat and pad. Really good stuff from him here. As he races in again outside the off stump, shoulder arms into the wicketkeeper's glove. 6 for 3 here at Annisville, Windward Islands versus Guyana. Round 2 in this West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament. 3 days tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And really, Windward Islands have really put a stranglehold on the Guyanese here pretty early in this game. Picking up 3 early wickets here. Franklin, he's got 2 and Gassi has 1. So the fast bowlers here doing the job for the Windward Islands so far. See again, just on the line of the body. That brings you over to an end. 6 for 3, Windwards versus Guyana.
Yes, and what I observe in this 2 minutes of play since we have resumed is that the movement, the feet movement of Mohabi, I think is the left-hander. Yeah, notice his pronounced. He's definitely picking up the line, and he's doing the correct thing what the others should have done. Pick up the line and do not play it. And certainly, this is a good sign. Maybe they are viewing and recognize what we are saying, and they're trying to see how they can get the message across to the batsman. Certainly, I like the movement of Mohabi thus far.
Yes, he's covering more ground. The stumps as well. He's exercised good judgment since we have returned in the short period of play that we have had thus far. But Franklin, the man who has picked up 2 wickets so far, has the ball in his hand. We bowl him with 4 slips, square cover, short extra cover, mid wicket, mid on. There's a man at fine leg. See different field placing between fine leg and square leg, deep on that boundary. Franklin, full delivery, squeezed out. Looking to keep this ball full right up to the crease, Franklin. You have seen that from the start of his spell.
Yes, if you observe that delivery, his head was all over the place, looking to play a big shot. Just resume rather than get a feel of situations again. And he has to be a little careful because you never know when one will sneak through.
It's Mohabi and Rampasad at the crease for Guyana. This one is driving, lovely drive back past the man at mid-off. He goes for one, back for two.
Yes, this was a delivery pitch closer to the off stump, half volley, and he just pushed it to the left of mid-off to the boundary. And they collected 2 runs.
Two runs there for this one is driving back past the bowler. One bounce, 2 bounce, picks up another 2. Good feeling there by the man who's stamping across. Is that Murray? Who does the feeling, restricts them to 2.
Yeah, similar delivery, similar shot all along the round. This one is hit a little straighter. As I said, I like the movement on their feet thus far, but you have to be a bit more selective in what he's doing. But certainly, so far so good. Getting a feel of the ball onto his back will make the world of difference, lift your confidence level.
Well, yeah, playing everything in the V so far. Not looking to go across the line, which is very important. New ball. Play that again. Sees into the man at backward point.
Yet still, I'm wondering, Kenroy, what is the hurry?
Well, there is no hurry, but seems as though the batter seems to want to score 50s and 60s within a few deliveries.
Is it a mental thing that all people wants to play? Score runs very quickly and you're back in the pavilion with an hour and a half. When, the media say, oh, you played a wonderful innings, at the end of the day, your team lost.
Well, everything is quick these days. Instant. Everything is
What is it
instant these
telling me?
days.
The instant coffee generation?
Yeah, the fast food generation, instant this, instant via internet, instant. Everything is instant. I want it right away. This one is walked nicely to mid-wicket. He's gone for 1, he's back for 2. Good running between them. So they're running hard now and they're calling. So good cricket between the Guyanese here.
So
positive cricket so far.
The break seem to have assisted them in terms of their thinking, in light of the fact that they're actually running faster than at the start of the game. Because at times they could have easily gotten 2, they settled for 1 and the last 3 wickets, but they are moving very positive at the crease thus far since the resumption.
Yes, these 2 batters look good. They're running, they're playing the ball straight on its merit.
Just to keep their heads on bat up until lunch.
It's the next target. So there's a full ball outside the off stump. Swatted away to the boundary. It's getting close to the rope. Will it get there? Yes, it does. First boundary for the day. A loose delivery by Franklin. Swatted over. Backward point for 4.
Yes, and loose delivery, gotten the treatment it deserved, as 10 runs came from that over, the very most expensive over thus far, all because Franklin lost his line and the batsmen are a little more positive. And that boundary should give the Guyanese batsmen that level of confidence to realize, hey, look, the pitch is not as devilish as it appears to be because they have gifted 3 wickets away. Let us try and rebuild, be positive, but at the same time, learn to do some defense as well. As I said, he has to be a little careful in terms of his defense. Yes, his attack is one thing. The other thing is being able to defend. Because if you cannot defend properly, you will not be able to attack properly.
Well, the first thing you have to work on is your defense.
Exactly.
You have to guard those stumps, protect them.
As you know, as a former outstanding batsman for this country, in order to learn to attack, you have to learn to defend your fortress, which is the stumps.
Exactly. This is Garcia with the ball in his hand. Had a good spell so far for the Windwards. This one is right on target.
And because he's moving his feet, he's getting right on top of the ball. His head well over it, and he defended and thus far. Maybe I hope I'm not speaking too quickly.
Well, Mohabia He's doing what is required of him now. He's getting behind the ball. He's getting in line. Judgment seems to be much better than how we started. But Garcia, the man from St. Lucia, runs in. It's an outside here, so I'm driven up to cover. Much better cricket being played here by the Guyanese. Much better cricket. Playing the ball in front of them, calling for their singles, running hard, looking for those runs. These two batters look positive from the resumption. Guyana presently are 17 for 3.
Still not out of the woods. A long way to go. But at least their first target should be try and bat up until lunch with no risk whatsoever, and to relax, see where they are, and continue after lunch. That should be their target, lunch.
I do agree with you there, Stanley. This one is driving handsomely through covers. One, looking for a second. Good running. Chu comes back in. 2 more runs to him. So Harewood and Mohabia doing the job here for Guyana so far. They're looking positive. They're running nicely. Picking up the singles, picking up the twos. I think that's about the 4th two they have had since they have returned. So some positive running from them as well.
Sometimes these messages do get across them. And they listen to what is being said, because we are being very, very positive in our comments thus far. Nothing negative. Apply the basics, which is run the first run quickly, and you will have 2 easy runs, because again, as I said earlier, instead of being 5 for 3, they could have been like 10 for 1 or 10 for 2 had they been running by rotating the strike. But they're looking very positive since the resumption in terms of the running and the movement of the feet with the deliveries that are being delivered. The same deliveries that were causing all the problems, they're looking much different now.
Seems like you have changed the surface. Different surface you're playing on. This one is outside here, some shoulder arms, as you should, into the keeper's glove.
A very fanciful way of allowing that one to go by. He waved the bat over his head, and then he made a circle around on the pitch itself. Try to minimize your movements. Keep your energy. You're a young man, full of energy, but keep it as long as possible. And target number 1, I repeat, lunchtime. Allow these balls to go by. If they're in the slot, try and get some runs. And keep your thought process up, positive at all times.
This one is driving to the man. No run. So positive intent here by Harewood. Just the bowlers now need to readjust their lines and lengths.
The break certainly would have done. Normally breaks affect batsmen having to restart, but it appears if it's the opposite is happening out to the Guyanese batsmen. They seem to be the one that are taking the fight to the Windward Islands bowlers, who seem to have lost their length and their lines.
Yes, the first over from Franklin cost 10. Most expensive over so far. And then here Garcia just looking a little bit too full. This one is whipped to the man at mid with some power. Well fielded.
If you take a look at his movements of the feet, he tends to just make that initial movement on the prior of the delivery. Look at him carefully next time around. And certainly, I believe that's why the ball is hitting the middle of the bat. The movement of the feet is critical to batting. And he has done that, and he's looking positive. And let's hope he'll continue this vein. For the sake of cricket, that will go on for 3 days. And let's see scores of, 200, 250, thereabout. And,
yes.
Rather than...
Let's see the batters coming to 4.
70.
Let's have the batters coming to 4. Have some good hundreds. Some good half centuries being scored. We need the youngsters to come to the party, really. And they have not really shown that ability to get that sort of runs and be consistent by doing so.
Whether it's in the 1 day or the 3 day, that's why we have not really seen it. And let's hope that somebody will put their hands up today and be counted.
This one is driven sweetly through covers. Would that get to the fence? It's getting close. It does hit the ropes now. 4 lovely runs. Lovely shot that is. Over pitch delivery, and as you said, Stanley, the bowlers have lost.
Well, it
Their
is
line and length.
yeah, not a wide delivery, but I think the thing with it is they're moving their feet and they're getting closer to the deliveries, and the bowlers now will have to do the readjustment.
Yes, they are getting a little bit too full here with that new ball. They have 4 slips actually waiting. So just pull that length a little bit. So Franklin just a little bit too full here, being driven to covers beautifully for 4.
That was a lovely shot.
Yes, it is. 23 for 3, Guyana, after being 5 for 3 just before the break.
Yes,
They
and
have
with batting looking like a nightmare at the start. It's looking so easy now within the last, 10 minutes or so since resumed, 10, 12 minutes.
I think they have just started playing cricket. The Guyanese just realizing that they are Tarnisville on the surface. The batters have just readjusted and say, listen, I'm going to play some cricket, play hard cricket. We are in a position that we need to bat. And they have adjusted themselves and they're doing well so far after that break.
That one struck the middle of the bat. He showed Franklin the maker's name. That with that vertical bat that he came with there. And certainly, Franklin will have to think again, because certainly up against a different proposition now after the break.
This one is outside the house stump. Played positive again to the man of backward point, really. So, good batting here by the Guyanese. Windward Island bowlers just need to readjust, think about their game again, and come with a different strategy. The batters have readjusted. They need to readjust as well. But it's good cricket here from the Guyanese, these 2 batters. Good to see them coming on their front foot, leaving the deliveries, playing positive. The ball is hitting in the middle of the bat, which is critically important. So they're going in confidence as short lifting Louis from Franklin goes over the shoulder, no problem.
Yes, it's his first time he's tried a bounce, and you saw what happened. It bounced high and the keeper had to took it down the leg side and rising after it passed the batsman. But certainly, once you put into the space, you will get out of it. To be honest with you, it's a nice track, and once you can have proper technique batting wise, you can get runs, and the bowlers can make you work for runs and be regularly up in the breakfast table.
I agree with you. What you put in is what you get out from these wickets at Tarnisville. This one is punched to backward point. Excellent feeling there by the man at cover. Diving to his left. Really good feeling there. That's Devani Joseph. He's out of Grenada. Doing the feeling there at backward point. Grenadian. Vincentian with the ball in his hand. Murray from Grenada as well. Side the some white signal by the umpire. So Franklin seems to be struggling a little bit here after the break. After having a good spell all year, picking up 2 wickets, he's now struggling, bowling some full tosses, short delivery outside the house, but now the umpire signals wide.
Yes, I think the movement of the batsman, the better placement of the batsman has created the problem for him, because he's definitely lost his line, his length, and he's all over the shop, and he needs to recognize what has happened. And this is a good test for him.
This one is driving to backward point. He's getting close to the fence. He's gone for 1. He's back for 2. Joseph does the feeling. Cho comes in 1 bounce. Doesn't clean that up as he ought to. The over comes to an end. Guyana, after 10 overs, they are now 26. 26 for 3.
Well, they are doing a recovery job since the resumption, and this has to do with a change in their movement at the crease, creating that bit of a problem for Geist and Franklin. And certainly, this very short period belongs to them thus far. This very short period of about what, 15, 17 minutes, and they're looking so positive and so different. And it is refreshing to see, because what we really like to say to our viewers out there who are viewing the broadcast is for us to have good cricket from a West Indian standpoint. This is on the 19 level, I keep saying it. The next level, it has to be the senior team. But you have to show the reason why you want to say it is to pick up.
I agree with you, and you have to start it here at this level, show that potential, and really show them that you can make it. Not just mediocrity, but this one is cut off the edge there, and brilliant feeling by the man at slip who stopped that delivery from going into the fence before. So some excellent feeling by the Windward Islands fielder so far.
Yeah, once you're going outside the off stand, they go hard.
That's it.
He flashed that one real hard, and he had to stop, attempt to stop something hot, and he did. And fortunate for the Guyanese batsman is Ramdal, and all things remain where they are.
That's Jeremiah. Number
But
2 on his back. This one is driving up to the man at mid-on who doesn't feel cleanly. Gives away easy single.
But is Murray family to Junior Murray?
Well, the title says Murray, so it has to be some form of relation. So
That's the question.
I think they are closely related from information received. So the Grenadian cricketers going off to England for a tour.
Grenadian what?
Grenadian cricketers, the senior team mixed with the youths,
Wow.
going off to England for a tour from their web page. Very interesting times for them.
So that's how they learn, because if it's funded by whom? The Grenadian National Authority, the government, whomsoever. That's how they learn. Because once you get to England in those kind of conditions, if you're really interested in cricket, you are going to learn the craft of batting more so. Because the ball tends to dart about a bit much more than in the Caribbean.
Yes, and different conditions and situations and circumstances
Learning
arise
experience. Learning
in
experience.
England, so they would adapt to those conditions. Those are the things that our young cricketers need. This one is outside the off stump and he drives and misses to the keeper's glove.
What he has done thus far with those two deliveries, Kenroy, he has resorted to the start of play before the break. Leaving his back foot planted on the leg stump and just fleeing the bat, rather than continue to do what he did prior to, and that is moving that back right across and getting line. So that's why those deliveries appear as if they were excellent deliveries, all because he changed his style. Look at him carefully. Let's see what's going to happen.
There's Gassi, Mohabia, is the man on strike, left-hander.
So what have you seen it? His back leg remained on his leg stump, rather than moving that 6 inches across towards it, taking him closer, his body closer to the delivery. Let's look at it very, very, very closely, because the way he gotten his runs after the resumption is by moving his feet. Now he's resorted, so all he will do is put himself back at the square one. Isn't he a musical band in the Caribbean, square one? Huh?
Yeah, that's a band from Barbados. Again, he's driving sweetly to covers backward point. They have gone for one. Coming back for a second. Good running. So that brings over number 11 to an end. Here, Windward Islands versus Guyana in the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament. This is the second round of the 3 days tournament being held here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And really an excellent start for the Windward Islands fast bowlers. Picked up 3 wickets for little or nothing. The score is now 29 for 3. But these two batters from Guyana have really batted positively after the break. And they're looking good.
Yeah, they're doing a recovery job here. Still a lot of work to be done because 3 wickets are down. Normally, having won the toss and batted, maybe if it was 1 or 2, fine. But to lose 3 and it's still in this position you're into, and it's all because of some positive running and batting by the Guyanese pair that has moved them from 5 for 3 after 34 minutes to where they are at the moment, 29 for 3. Out of the test match, out of Trinidad and Tobago, India 118 without loss.
Well, there's a change in bowling here. Franklin seems to lose his radar, and they have made a change. Edwards have now replaced Franklin here, the left arm seamer from St. Lucia. Starts with that one outside the off stump. Works his shoulder. Seems like he's not fully loosed for the job at hand. But Guyana recovering nicely, 29 for 3. These batters need to bat at least to the luncheon interval.
Which isn't too far away.
Yes. Get some lunch and return. And try and bat the rest of the evening, session by session. There will be 2 more sessions.
The Winwoods will be having a different thought. They'll be looking to get another wicket before lunch. The pressure is there for them to try and survive the next couple of minutes and see how it goes.
It's Edwards, left arm seamer from St. Lucia. It's a short lifting delivery. Really, he has to pull his body out of the way. That's some aggression from Edwards there.
As I said, once you put it in, you're going to get it out. That was a good bouncer right across his head, and he had to sway his way out of the body. That wasn't a breakfast table. That's going straight for his head. And he had to get out of the way. It was a very good delivery there from Edwards. He dug it in and he got the response from the pitch.
Well, he evaded that one by swaying out of the way. Edwards, second delivery in the deck, hitting it hard.
Let's see what he will do now.
This one is ill directed on the pads. Looking to bowl a little straighter. Just turn to the man at mid wicket.
I thought you were actually putting a silly mid on and try another one to see what happens.
Well, we have not seen that field implemented, but back in the day, your captain used to say, come here, get under the bat, let me see what happens here again.
Let's see what happens.
Double bluff, pitch it up or bowl it short, see what's happening. You have not seen those technical things being applied to the game these days. 2 slips, a gully, backward point short, extra cover mid-off. This one is pitching on the off stump and moving away further to the slips. Has that movement.
You see, Kenroy, you made the point there, but these are the little things that count in terms of your knowledge and game, the tactical side of it. Because to put that man in at silly mid on, the batsman will be thinking about another one across, his chest, his head, and you never know what can happen. But you're actually trying to play in the mind of the batsman. But you're not really seeing it in this type of cricket with these youngsters these days.
Yes, the technical aspects. Put something in the mind. You're close to lunch as well. Think about those things. Pressure. This one is a short lifting one again. Just riding that. Well played by him. Skipper has reverted to slips, a gully, a backward point short, extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket. New ball still, less than 15 overs.
Well, you see, speak about the knowledge of the game, the tactics of the game. I would have moved either the mid-on and mid-off and try and bowl the shot to see what will happen because Windward Islands is well on top at 29 for 3. So there's nothing to lose. So I would certainly would have shifted a little bit, but
well, that brings the Sharon Edwards over to an end. Good over bowl by him up front, really. 29 for 3. 29 for 3. Edwards bowling his first over here out of St. Lucia.
Yes, a testing over there from Edwards, and he tried the pitch. He let him have a good bouncer, and he resorted to bowling back of a line. The ball is actually still lifting across the waist high, rather than really trying to plumb it in and hope that the batsman will fend off into Sinner's hand. But be that as it may, they're out there, they're the tacticians, and they're the ones to make the decision. So Guyana still battling here, probably the last one before lunch. We'll be hoping that they will survive and come in and have some lunch and resume after lunch. But more than likely, we miss it last over before lunch.
Well, there's a change of bowling from the other end as well. So we have Sayers, Bolton Sayers.
He's from where? Which country? Dominica? St. Lucia? Where is he from? Sayers. Doesn't ring a bell to me. All don't seem to know.
A rather new name to cricket in the Windward Islands.
I wonder if it's Grenada. Because it's not a Vincentian for sure. There's some Sayers living up at Redemption Shops.
Sayers has a bowling hand. Small fella. Small in stature. Number 6 on his back.
Or with this constant migration and if there's a Dominican.
Well, integration.
Integration, you never know. People move. Every day people move. So you never know. And that's what it's all about. But be that as it may, he's a little fella outside the off stump, allowed to go by, and there's no run. So the Windward skipper looking to effect another break before lunch, and the Guyanese are hoping that their batsmen would deny the Windwards another victim before lunch, because certainly with just a couple of minutes before lunch, this will be the last over.
There's a couple of things to worry about here. This one is pitched up and driven to backward point. He's gone for one. He's looking for a second. No, he doesn't get it. But just before, there's 12 overs bowled, and we have seen 4 bowlers already in this game.
With a big break.
Yeah.
A little surprising. But I'm not surprised at Franklin, because he definitely lost. He's off the radar. I can see the bowling change up here. I'm not too sure about the southern side. Geese definitely should have continued. Bearing in mind it's the last one before lunch.
Yeah, Gassi bowled pretty well from that end.
Yes, he bowled very well from that side.
I think he deserved another over, really. But the skipper has different thoughts,
Yeah,
double
different-
change.
Yeah, different ideas.
Yeah.
I wonder if he recognizes lunch or there's an extension to playing time or what. I'm not so sure. The playing conditions vary.
This one is just outside the off stump lifting. And even if you make this change, you have Murray, who have done exceptionally well in the last game, just before lunch. He's probably a spinner. You know.
Or
those
maybe
sort of
try a
things.
spin and
Yeah.
just to see what is happening. Yeah, it's okay.
You know.
That's another way of looking at it.
Then you have reverted to the fast bowlers just before lunch, which I like to see fast bowlers in teams. 4-prong pace attack, but really thought that Gassi would have been given another over. Sayers, this one short, lifting, bouncing twice before it gets to the keeper. A lot of work to be done here by these bowlers. Guyana winning the toss and electing to bat. They are 30 for 3. They were 5 for 3 just before the break. After the break, they came back looking positive. Probably got the message. You're heading close to lunch. It's just after. Just about midday or so.
And
Sayers. So outside the off stump, leaving him into the keeper's glove again. So sometimes you have to wonder the tactics being implemented by these skippers. You know, how they read the game, how they're thinking of it.
common sense in this day and age is not always common, right?
Oh my God.
People tend to defend wrong by saying it's their way of doing things.
Well, it's your way of doing things. Is it the right way? Is it
There's only one
effective?
way.
Is
That's
it
the right way.
effective? How well does it suit the situation that exists? Those are the questions you have to ask yourself. See, I just hitting that stump on the offside. On the off stump, that brings you over to an end. So
Thought it's
30 for
lunch.
3.
I thought it's lunch according to my watch. What does your watch say?
My watch says lunchtime. I'm not too sure what is happening.
Well.
The umpires are gazing this way. Not too sure if some information was sent across because we lost like an hour, 55 minutes or so.
But it doesn't matter. You know,
Yeah,
the way
lunch
cricket is
is
normally
lunch.
played is lunch is not close to play, so there's added on time.
Right.
Our tea time, 9 wickets are down. At lunchtime, maybe, I'm not too sure, I do not have the playing condition. They may have extended it the extra half an hour. I'm not too sure because of time loss. I'm not sure. Strange though.
Well, I've never seen that really. I've never really seen that in cricket. Rules and regulation changes. I know you normally add time on the beginning and to the end.
Yes, and at tea time, depending if 9 wickets are down.
Yes, you
Or
add
if
the
you
extra
add on
half
time,
hour.
if there's a result to the game and 9 wickets down, you have 2 overs to go, but you can extend it a half an hour in terms of effecting a result rather than going into the next day. But
Yes.
we'll see how it goes.
It's Edwards bowling his second over. We're just speculating here. We haven't been given any information as to if there would be extension of lunch or playing time here. But Edwards bowling his second over, first delivery. 2 slips a gully, backward punch, short extra cover. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a man between square leg and fine leg. It's down the leg side, taken by the wicket keeper. A bit of inconsistency here by Edwards. Really should be looking to hit that off stump line as much as possible. For 3 Guyana winning the toss and electing to bat. At the crease is Mahabia and Yearwood. Again down the leg side. So cool conditions here at Arnesville playing field. That's some grey clouds above us. It's hovering over us, but the sun is still with us. It was on the leg stump, just turns off his pads down to the man between fine leg and square leg, picks up, probably because of the slow nature of the wicket. That man is placed square. Ball went straight to him, a single. Windward's coming into this game with a victory over the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands were defending champions in the last tournament. Edwards, good delivery on the off stump. That's more of what you would want to see from him. (31 for 3). 13 overs completed. Last play, some play this morning due to rain. It's about 55 minutes or so. It was having some problem with his arms, just taking the rag and wiping his arms, wiping his hands, probably sweat. As he flips that red, hard new cherry from left to right. 81 is on his back. The right arm of the umpire comes out, so an infringement on his behalf far. No ball been bowled here by Edwards. Seems to be struggling a little bit in this over, Stanley.
Yes,
Getting things
definitely
right.
struggling. He's all over the shop. Outside leg stump, outside off stump, short of a length. The consistent line has been missing since the resumption from all the bowlers. Definitely, there's no two ways about it. As a result of what? Didn't cock a hoop at 3 down for 5, and may have just lost the plot, because certainly the bowlers since the resumption definitely not in tune with the situation as it is as prior to.
Yeah, they have really lessened the pressure on these batsmen. Life has been much easier for them after the break.
There's definitely been wondering when are they going to have lunch. Because they are moving to the square, so there's definitely been an extension of play as a result of time lost. I think that is what we are seeing. I think this find is very strange on the first day of a match.
Yes, yes. I know the extended time normally comes at the end of play or before. On the first day of the game,
There has been some extension of plays. We have just been getting a message whereby lunch will now be at 12:30. Tea at 3:10, and play will continue up until 5:54. Wow. Wow, that's a lot of time getting away. But be that as it may, we'll call it as we see it.
33 for 3 Guyana versus Windward. So you have the readjusted times for the day. Lunch will be taken at 12:30. Tea would be at 3:10. And we extended play to 5:50 p.m.
Pretty long day, my brother. Pretty long day, my brother.
Well, it is what it is. It's cricket, lovely cricket here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Windward Islands versus Guyana. West Indies under 19 Rising Stars.
But I think I will have to look at the conditions because if there's an extension of play should have stopped at 5. Why you go up until that hour when it was the last one? And I'll get around to it, you know.
And you have taken an extra half an hour for lunch during that time. And then there's an extra 50 minutes after the normal close of play.
That's 70 minutes.
So how many times have you lost during the day?
We went off at 10:34. Yeah. And we lost about 55 minutes there about.
So they have added.
So 10:36, I was right around 10:36 according to the score.
This one is cut between backward point. They have gone for 1. Fine shot there. 2 runs completed. So here what keeps batting well here for Guyana. These two have batted sensibly after the break. They have not taken any risk. They have played each ball on its merit. Guyana now 35 for 3. Windward Islands taking 3 early wickets here, and Guyana coming back with these 2 batters here, Wood and Mohabia in the middle. The break has done well for Guyana. The bowlers from the Windward Islands seems not to have their radar intact. Been all over the shop so far after the break. Started well, but they have lost their way.
They started well based on the timidity of the Guyanese batsmen, in all honesty. Because I pointed out earlier the technical flaws, and they got 3 quick, easy wickets. But you can only bat what you see. And they batted what they saw based on their own little technical problems, and they lost 3 wickets. But since then,
this one is driven officially.
what has happened is a movement of the feet from both batsmen, and the bowlers seem to have lost their line, and they capitalized quite nicely, and they're doing a good recovery job so far. There's a question, would they continue up until the lunchtime at 12:30? Maybe reach somewhere about 50 for 3, which would be a pass mark based on the given situation.
I've never really seen this being implemented in the first day's play, really, of any cricket at all. I don't know if the rules have changed where you extend lunch, extend the end of play. I know you normally probably would call tomorrow and say we start at 9:30 because you have lost some time in the day yesterday to recover.
Interesting to see the playing conditions, to be very honest with you. As you quite rightly said, I've never seen anything like this. Rain has interrupted play. Yes, he would stop at the normal lunch hour and resume, and it's tacked on towards the end of the day. But be that as it may, the important thing is that Guyana are trying their best to recover from a very, very poor start at 5 for 3, and at the moment they are 33. It is for the loss of 3 as
Another change of bowling.
Yearwood and Mohabir continue this rebuild process, although they have just started the foundation. They haven't gone anywhere as yet, because another wicket can change the whole equation again. But be that as it may, they are doing a fine job so far from Guyana, recovering from 5 for 3 to 34 for 3 at this particular point in time.
Well, Edwards have been removed, and Tariq Edwards have taken up his attack, right arm off spinner, number 31 on his back. So bowler number 5 have been introduced. 15 overs bowled so far. Windward's taken 3 wickets early. Franklin got 2. So Edwards has taken up the attack from Edwards. Are they related? Out of St. Lucia?
Tariq, yeah.
Tariq Edwards, Sean Edwards. This one is outside here, or some turn there. Some purchase from the wicket pretty early. But it's still puzzles me. 15 overs bowl, and you have seen 5 bowlers from the Windwards, and they have taken 3 wickets. This one is driven up to the man a short extra cover. That's Edwards who's feeling. Edwards is bowling. Edwards does the feeling as well. 35 for 3. These two doing a pretty good job so far for the Guyanese, recovering from 5 for 3. They are now 35 for 3. This one is outside the off. Somebody has a swing at it. Goes into the keeper's glove. Really just tossed in the air there outside the off. Some Tariq Edwards and Mahibia having a go at that. Missing everything really. That one is turning and bouncing. There's a loud appeal. An excellent delivery by Edwards. Bouncing and turning.
Well, a maiden over there from Edwards from this to northern end, and the Guyanese in Yearwood survives, as he hoping to do up until at least lunchtime, which has been extended from 12 to 12:30, as the Guyanese trying to extricate themselves from this position they're into. And good afternoon to our good friends in Barbados, Andrew Mason and company. Good afternoon to our friends in Guyana, and Robin Jonathan Searam if he's there, and to the rest of the Windward Islands, those in Dominica, St. Lucia, Grenada. Good afternoon to each and everyone. We're coming to you here from Annisville. One of these up and down type of days with the weather. Sun is out and dark clouds to our left. Interruption, but since the interruption, Guyana moving from 5 for 3, and certainly are doing a fine recovery job thus far.
Yeah, they're doing pretty good, these two batsmen. Mahabia and Harewood. 17 and 11, respectively. As Harewood continues to bowl for Windward Islands. Edwards, he was given 2 overs. Taken off, left arm seamer. So Sayers continue to bowl for the Windward Islands. Seems to be one of those slippery bowlers who hits the wicket and slides.
Yeah, he looks to me remind me of Emil Anthony.
Yes.
Slip and slide it in it all the while. No big pace, just thereabout.
Consistently
Forcing
hits,
you to play.
consistently hits a line, causing you to play. Basically, at all his deliveries, he's bowling around the wicket. 2 slips are gully, backward point, square cover, short extra cover. This one is driven through covers. He's gone for 1. Don't think you'll get much more than that. So 1 more run to the Guyanese score. These two doing a very good job here for Guyana. A good repair job. We spoke about getting to that luncheon interval without losing another wicket. They have done so very well so far. They lost the captain Dindal, Ramnat. So Mahabia and Harewood, they are at the crease. This one is played easily. No threat there. Stand up straight and played it straight back to the man at short extra cover. Guyana 36 for 3. 16 overs bowled here at Arnesville. Day number 1 out of 3. Just the sun has just left us a little bit here at Arnesville. It has gone back behind the clouds. Little dark clouds is forming on our left side. Some grey clouds are hanging over, so it's overcast at this time. And a good delivery by Sayers. Wind was just losing their radar after that break. The bowlers sort of lost their line and length. They were all over the shop. On down the leg side, outside the off stump, full deliveries. Really didn't get things together after that break, and the Guyanese have capitalized on that. Winwers have used 5 bowlers so far in the completion of these 16 overs. Short delivery.
Thought it was the end of the over. We saw some movements, but so far it's been a steady over. Hitting the deck thereabout and forcing the batsman to play every delivery. And that's the thing about Edwards, and it quite rightly said Ken Roy. One would have thought that he would have had an extended spell from Gassi from the southern end, but Skipper is seeing it differently. There's certainly a good spell because lunch is the next couple of minutes. Allow him a nice long spell, cock up his feet, and he can come back after lunch.
There's some restrictions in this tournament to the fast bowlers. I don't think they're allowed to bowl more than 6 overs in any spell.
Yeah, I think there are some restrictions. We do not have the playing condition in front of us. The thing about it, though, I'm not one who takes things by just reading it and accept it. Why allow him to bowl 6, especially when there's a break? Here it is, you may have bowled 4. There's a break for 50 minutes, 60 minutes, whatever. You can only allow to bowl 2. That don't make any sense to me. How are you going to develop fast bowlers?
My good friend on the other side has told that just
I don't have
to
a
me
problem
that
with the wording.
they
The
have
problem is
taken
the
off.
implementation, because if you bowl 5 and you have a 2-hour break, you can only bowl 1. That don't make sense to me.
I think they have taken that restriction away. Fast bowlers probably allowed to bowl as much as you want them to now. That one is turning and bouncing into the keeper's glove. There's a slip, silly point, backward point, a cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, and the mid wicket. So Edwards getting some purchase from this wicket, bounce and turn.
From what I'm seeing here, Ken Roy, one can look at this field placing as semi-attacking, semi-defending, because it's a 7-2 field, you know. Slip, silly mid off, straight as extra cover, mid off, deep extra cover, square backward point, it's back it goes, looking to cuts, misses, not taking clean by the cleaner. It's not easy to bowl to a 7-2 because you are there defending. This is not a 20-20 game per se, okay? A 10-10 game. So what you needed to do is you cannot afford to stray, otherwise you'll give away runs. So it is defensive in that side and hoping to put pressure so that they will effect a breakthrough. But at the same time, if the batsman has his head on, you'll be able to defend it. It's just exactly what I just said.
Well, he strayed onto the leg stump.
Can't afford to do that with a 7-2.
So the word consistency comes back out. You have to be consistently bowling just on the off stump on the left.
Yeah, had there been someone there at 6-3, you would have been able to continue to bowl with the same batsman, with the same pressure applied, with chance of getting out the same way.
We see the movement of the groundsman again.
Yes, I won't be surprised if there's an interruption again before lunch, which is only 5 or so minutes away. Definitely, it is drizzling. There's no two ways about it.
It is. It is drizzling.
I would not be surprised at the end of this over that they have been called on. I would not be surprised if play stopped.
So quicker delivery outside the off stump. The head shakes from the umpire. Not outside the umpire, but with a confident appeal there by the Windward Islanders under the bat. As the umpire signals the covers to come on. I think they would take lunch here now as well. And at lunch here at Annisville, we've been interrupted by rain as well. Guyana are 38 for 3. 38 for 3. Just to let you know what went on earlier this morning. Guyana won the toss and elected to bat at the beginning of play. And we were interrupted by a shower. And at that time, there were 5 runs for 3 wickets. They have now made it to the luncheon interval with 38 for 3. And they have batted 18 overs.
Yes, and it's lunchtime now. The drizzle rain is here. The umpire's done the correct thing. Call the covers. As you quite rightly said, from 5 for 3, the first stoppage at 10:29. They resumed at 11:36. Play extended up until 12:30. Guyana have not lost a wicket since. They have progressed to 38 for 3 with Yearwood on 20 not out and Mojave on 11 not out. So that's it for the time being until whenever plays resume. It should be at a break, but the rain definitely going to fall. We're not too sure what time we resume, but as soon as plays are about to resume, we'll be back here at Annisville.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to live coverage. Continued live coverage here at the Annisville playing field. Match between the Windward Islands and the Guyana team. Earlier today, Guyana won the toss. They decided to have a bat first. They slumped to 5-for-3. They are now 38-for-3 after a steady partnership of 33 runs between Shamar Yearwood and Alvin Mohaber. Mr. Stanley Hines, how do you see this one going in the afternoon session?
Well, it's early days about to resume, and just a matter of wait and see probably in the first 10 hours to see the approach of both teams.
Yes, the sunshine is now back. I mean, we had a rain delay. Can't say it was a short one. We had lunch in between that, and a lot of activity for the groundsmen, the ground staff rather, and the players are now back, and we are hoping for no more interruptions to the day's proceedings. So earlier today, Gassi and Courtney Franklin, they tore away with the new ball to the top order of the Guyanese team. I heard a request of between you and Kenroy, you wanted to see Gassi back into the attack. I myself was thinking right after this long break that they would have started with Gassi.
No, they're not going to start.
Yeah, so Bolton says is going to continue. And Alvin Mohaber is on strike. Shamar Yearwood is at the non-striker's end. Keeping a bit low to start from Bolton says. Expect to see that. He's not the quickest bowler they have there. But Bolton says I saw him bowl in the 50 overs and it was quite mild in that one game I saw him playing, and his tactic to the batters was to just nag outside the off stump line, try to bring them across and then try to nip back that delivery into the batter, catching them off guard and getting an LBW. So we'll have to see if that's how he'll operate in the test match. Again, outside the off stump. No ball signal by umpire Bernard Joseph. It's good to see the captain continuing with his paces in the victory against the Leeward Islands team. So nicely walked off the hips there from Mohaber to get going after that long rain delay. They pick up 2 runs. And the victory against the Leeward Islands team, Stanley, they only bowled 25 overs throughout the entire match, the seamers. So I'm happy to see that the captain has decided to give them a longer spell today, given that there was something in the wicket for them early on. Nothing too demonic or threatening really, but definitely some sea movement I saw on show while I was watching the game behind the scenes. So it's good to see. I think this is the 17th over of spin being bowled, of pace, being bowled compared to the 25 throughout the entire match that they bowled against the Leeward Islands team. So the first over after that long rain delay completed 40 for 3. 41 for 3, sorry.
Yeah, 41 for 3. We have just resumed after another long break due to rain. And I'm a bit surprised to see Sears into the attack, to be very honest with you. I know there are restrictions, but you really have to reach through the restrictions because after such a long break, I cannot see why you cannot start with the fast bowlers. Well, yes, they are restricted in one spell, but the problem with it is it's an extremely long break. Does the restriction prevent them from continuing to bowl another 5-6 over spell? Because Franklin has only bowled 5 and Gassi 6. Why is it that they cannot bowl another 4-5? Is the restrictions the problem or is the captain tactics? I'm not sure.
I guess we'll find out soon what Tariq Edward is going to continue from the commentary end.
I do understand it. If you're speaking about you don't want to overbowl the fast bowlers and all this thing, there's an extremely long break. So it befuddles me. Or is it a tactic of the captain? I'm not really sure.
Some bunks and turn there from Tariq Edward. Tariq Edward picked up 9 wickets overall in that match against Leeward Islands. The Windward Islands were victorious in that match. The other bowler, the other destructive bowler in that match was Kurt Murray. He picked up 10 wickets overall. Bowled 40 overs in that match, in fact. So I do believe it's not too long before you see Murray and Tariq in operation with each other. So I agree with you, Stanley, that the captain should, before he goes to that plan, should look to get his quicker bowler back on, at least at the other end. So when he swung this down the ground, he's not got a hold of it, and he's gone. Tariq Edward has struck here, and Shamar Yearwood, who's looked so steady for the Guyana team, has to depart, holding out a simple catch. Kurt D. Franklin takes a simple catch in the end. So 4 wickets down now.
An ill-advised attempt to play a big shot. This situation doesn't call for big shots. It's a question where sit down there and grind it out, so to speak. And this is the only problem we have with our youngsters. I am not too sure if it's the 2020 mode, 10-10 mode has gotten into them. Why they basically gifting their wickets away. That's a gifted wicket. Because you are here and Tariq is bowling, try to feel your way out. Looking for a big shot, not there, and up into there, and he goes. So it's really and truly not a gifted wicket. It is not a question that the Windward Islands bowlers are not bowling at the Storms, but it's their approach to batting and scoring creating a problem. And as I said, going back initially, I would have thought that Gassi would have started from the southern end rather than the military of Sears. But as I said, I do not think it's really the restrictions. They're a question of the tactics on the captain. Maybe the captain is knowing something that we don't know or seeing things different. Because to be honest, I would have started with Gassi from the southern end. If you're going to try something up with Tariq Edwards, I don't have a problem with that. But they have to know best. But Guyana, after having a bit of a recovery in between the resumption, gifting their wicket away and bringing the winners right back on top, now at 47 for 4, rather than letting them work for their wicket. They are gifting it.
Yeah, well, the new batter is Zinal Ramsamy, and to be fair to Says, his spell was interrupted just before the rain delay, and it is a competition, but it's also a way for the players to display themselves, nicely driven to get off the mark by Sammy. So I think, to be fair to the captain and Bolton Says, it's basically giving him a chance, but I do believe the game has to be moved on, and I believe you might see something different from the other end. That's my thinking about around it. Anyways, of course, you'll have different opinions.
Yeah, well, I respect your opinion, but at the same time, you don't tamper when you're into competition. You're trying to play with intensity. That is what West Indies cricket needs, serious intensity. I'm not against your opinion, I respect that.
Yes, definitely. But as I'm saying, he gave him a chance just after the luncheon, well, the rain delay. So maybe with that the fall of that wicket, we'll see some different tactics from the skipper, Akeem Ogis. So the end of a successful over from Tariq Edward, who has really been the go-to man for the Windward Islands. Him along with Kirk Murray with the ball picks up another wicket. The score remains on 41 for 4.
41 or 48? 42 for the loss of 4, and certainly they have given the Windwards another area to dig deeper, go further into their batting lineup rather than allowing them to work for the wicket. But yes, people, the viewers may be figuring that I'm a bit harsh on them. No, but once these are the guys who are looking to play for West Indies, who knows if they were performing properly based on what's happening with the senior West Indies team. And if you really want to force your way in, you have to do better than what you're doing. At this age, you have youngsters across the global cricketing world who have represented their country at the highest level. What has happened to our players at this age? Are we taking too long to develop because of our lack of productivity? Why is it?
Yeah, so, well, Bolton Sayers is going to continue. 2 slips and a man in the gully area. And if you want somebody to do that, just bowl that line and length there. Bolton Sayers is the type of bowler that will do that for you. So we're not too sure of the tactics or the plans that the Windward Islands have in place, but they've decided that according to their plans, that Bolton Sayers is the one that they're going to continue with. So let's see what he has to offer for the next 5 deliveries. I do believe that might as well be his last chance, really, before the captain decides to take him out of the attack. Who knows? It's left to be seen.
I have my doubts that he will take him off, though. I think he will allow him to bowl. They're not scoring. They're not really scoring off for him per se heavily, anything of the sort. He's there knocking away. Let me put it that way. And once he sort of looked to tie up one end with little or no scoring, I believe he'll continue for a couple of overs before he will think of having a different bowler from the southern end. That's just my assumption and reading of the situation.
Right, and that's the thing. If Bolton Sayers can tie up one end, they might look to take on the spin of Tariq Edward, which you saw actually played into their hands when Edward came on to bowl.
But there's no need to take on Tariq Edwards. Bat normal, bat properly.
One shot, lifting, left alone by Zinal Sami. Just drops the hand. Zinal Ramsamy in last year's tournament only was able to get to 56 throughout the tournament. His highest was of 43 runs. Not a great average, so definitely we'll be looking to lift that in this year's tournament. It's nicely driven from him. Won't get to the boundary, but he'll pick up 2 more runs. So that's a nice start there from Zinal Ramsamy.
Yes, it was a foolish delivery, and he just pushed it between cover and extra cover, to the left of extra cover, to the right of cover. He didn't really hit it, he just sort of stroked it and collected 2 runs. Had he gone through with a full-blooded shot, certainly it would have reached the boundary. But he stayed at the cautionary side, and he pushed it and collected two valuable runs to Guyana in this situation here.
So in Barbados, they can afford to be watchful now. I mean, they've lost 4 wickets in a hurry. They had a rebuilding stage, and Yearwood, I must say that he gave it away, really. I mean, last year's tournament, he was the 2nd highest run scorer, scored 222 runs behind Jordan Johnson of Jamaica, 247. So a lot did rely on him last year, and he came in in a situation where he needed to show some adversity. He did so for small parts of things and then basically give it away there. So Windward Islands would be thinking the door is wide open, and I agree with you, Mr. Hines, that they should be looking to take the bull by the horn, so to speak, as that over comes to an end, 44-4, and really look to push the advantage on here now.
Yes, another study over there from that end, and certainly they're just sort of biding time. You're well on top. As I said, the intensity is missing. You're well on top. You drive home the advantage. You don't allow the team to try to regain any level of control. You are on top. Stay on top. So yes, he's tying one end. Yes, he's bowling line and end. They still need another wicket taker along with Tariq Edwards because, as you said, Court Murray took, 10 wickets the last game?
Yes, he took 10 wickets overall. And in fact, all of the wickets that the Windward Islands took in that game, only the spinners.
Right, so you either
20 wickets
introduce Murray or go back to Gassi and keep the pressure on, so whilst drying up the runs, he's still looking to effective breakthroughs and trying to dismiss the Guyanese team for a lower total as possible. When your hand is in the lion's mouth, you do not pull it out, you go further in.
Yes, and yeah, I agree with you there, but while we look on, we have to still remember there are young players in development stage of their cricket, and we who have been there, done that, will think about the situation and probably approach it differently.
Yeah, but
well, let me just finish.
Go ahead,
What we want to see is learning. Sometimes, they're learning slower than what some of the coaches might want to see, but hopefully we will see them evolving from over to over, and the captain will then make certain decisions that will swing the game completely in their favor. They are on top now, and they want to, as you said, dismiss Guyana for as little as possible, probably getting a bat today themselves.
Yes, there's a change of bowling here this time. Is it Murray's going to bowl the left arm?
Yes, Murray, reliable Murray, I should call him, in that game against Leewards. He bowled 40 overs, 16 maiden, 66 runs, and took 10 wickets at an economy of 1.65. So, brilliant stuff from Court Murray. So right away, Mohabir decides to go at him, almost giving him a chance there. Luckily, just falling short of Murray.
He's fortunate to still be there. He gotten it full-blooded to land it straight back in his hands, but he has survived. Some problem. Somebody's crossing the side screen or something. They thought the umpire is asking him to shift. Somebody right in front of us.
Turn down the leg side there. So Alvin Mohabir last year, he had 70 runs, highs of 29. So these batters have a lot of work to do, and hopefully we will see some growth compared to last year. Mohabir and Ram Sami have some repair work to do for Guyana's team. Use of the feet. Plays that one into his pad. So he's looking to take on Court Murray. Not too sure if he knew the figures from the last game, but he's not looking to let him settle. So maybe that's the plan that they have against Murray. They're not going to let him settle and allow him to bowl a lot of overs because Mohabir is looking to take him on. Drives this one, can't beat the fielder at cover. Use of the feet makes connection this time. Not sure if we'll get to the rope. Good piece of fielding by Courtney Franklin, backed up by Tariq Edward to keep it to, well, one. They only ran one there. Surprisingly, he probably thought he got a hold of it and wasn't looking to push the initiative to get a second run, and they end up getting just one. So a single coming off that first over from Court Murray, 45-4-4.
Yeah, but Casey, as you spoke a bit earlier, responding to you, our players are taking too long to develop. At this age, at 18, 19, they should be far more advanced in terms of knowledge of the game. Take, for instance, like this, Ken Ryan spoke about this morning, prior to the first break, and they were lethargic in running. After that, they improved tremendously. Now they have resorted to it. That easily to runs. This is part and parcel of the development.
Yeah, he thought he connected so well, but what he forgot about was the rain delay, so the outfield will actually be a bit slower right now.
This is the knowledge I'm speaking about. Recognizing the rain fell. It's just to run the first run hard and look for a second one, let the umpires do his work. Either 4 or we get 2. So the result now to a comfortable single. The ball is very close to the boundary rope. Yeah. That's the point I'm making.
So it's going to be double trouble of spin now. Left arm spinners. Tariq Edward is bowling from the other end, so they've switched ends. And I believe we'll see Court Murray in operation with him for a lengthy period of time, unless the Guyanese have something else to say about it. So I believe the conditions at Sand Hill largely suited the spin bowling. I mean, 20 wickets Windward Islands were able to pick up with spin, 19 being shared between Edward and Murray. In the game that we commentated on the last time, the match between Trinidad and I think Jamaica, the wicket was largely conducive to spin bowling. It really offered very little for the pacers. It was slow, it was turning on day one. You know, we saw a puffs of dust along the day. You know, definitely a lot for the spinners to work with. What do you think about this wicket in terms of the assistance the spinners might get so far? So a maiden over there by Edward. Score remains on 44 for 4.
Yeah, I was waiting until the over was completed before responding. Yeah, in all honesty, the pitch itself, the spinners are getting some bounce and turn, albeit slowly. We had a discussion this morning with someone from the Cricket West Indies, and the same thing we're saying is a question of having these pitches prepared properly, because at this level, you should be having excellent batting services, but we're not having that. We are having pitches that the ball is turning from day one, and it reminds one of what transpired in Dominica, and we saw the demise of West Indies in that first test. We ought to be having better surfaces so that batsmen will be able to make hundreds. You listen to the Indian schoolboy tournament. There are players who are getting 300-400 in one innings, 3-day game. We're not getting any Caribbean. Some of them a whole game, you get 400 in the entire game, rather than one individual getting the 400, 300. That is basically the type of pitches you have in India and Pakistan at the school level, at the youth level. But we really need better services for them to bat on.
Ooh. So Murray with a beauty to start.
That one bounced and turned.
Yeah,
that's
to
exactly
Zinal
the point I was
Ramsamy. Luckily he got out of the line of that one. Dropped his hands quickly enough. Murray with the unique way he delivers that wrong arm action. Kind of slings it in. It's a bit slingy. Nicely defended there by Ramsamy, using all his height on that occasion. The confusion there They don't take the single. So may have well been a single, but Mohabir decided against it. Sweep shot played. Should pick up 2. Yeah, so 2 more runs to Guyana. So I think that's the first sign of sweep I've seen from the Guyana team against the spinners this morning. In the previous game here, a lot of sweep shots were played, some successfully, lots of them mainly unsuccessfully. So a successful sweep shot there from Zinal Ramsamy. This one he hits aerially, just past that man hand. Slows up, so they only pick up 2.
That's the 50. 49. So it's 49 for the loss of 4, and those 2 doubles in that over assisted the Guyanese cause. Some flighty delivery there by Murray. And going back to the situation, Casey, we across the region in the media tend to argue for players from different countries, and the averages in 20s, averages in high teens, all because some of the pitches they are batting on are not allowing them to get the real big totals. You know, because here it is, when Murray and Edwards meet good batting surfaces, how are they going to respond? Where there's little turn or little bounce, and the ball, basically a pitch in Guyana, but in Barbados or Albion, where you turn your hand, you're not getting no turn with that ball. In the early days of border, again, it's a similar kind of problem. So hence you had a drop catch there, driving this one not to the pitch, and it should have been taken there for Tariq Edwards, but he spilled it. He made a good effort, and a catch has been spilled. So when you meet these type of pitches, I remember a pitch here years ago, whereby a Barbadian groundsman by the name of Mr. Perch came here, and St. Vincent played Grenada in a senior Windward Islands tournament, and St. Vincent Grenadiers got 500 and change because he came and did what he had to do based on his level of professional experience from Barbados. We never saw that pitch again, no type of pitch. Armstrong got 100, Lyndon got 100, Teixeira got runs because the surface was good. You can close your eye and bat on it like a concrete strip. But these days, what you get in, they're not putting the type of work that is needed. Yeah. And you see, go ahead and speak.
No, what I was just saying, that's a message for the curators. Mr. Hines demands some better pitches, better batting strips, especially for the youngsters. So a huge appeal. A bit stifled in the end. They all went up and then they went down just the same. So Ramsamy coming again to have a word with Mohabir. Just telling him the need to bat long.
When you went to play shell shield cricket in those days, you were meeting excellent services. You have to learn to bowl. You're not going to out people that easily. I'm telling you, it wasn't easy. End of another over there as Win was continuing to prove. I'm just reminding you how it used to be, how it is today. Because you had surfaces whereby the bowler have to learn to bowl, especially the slow bowlers. But you grow in confidence, you grow in skill, you go in the variations and so on, because the different surfaces you're meeting. Excellent batting pitches. The pitch at Tantine in Grenada is a very difficult pitch to bowl, and Kenroy Martin played it. He will tell you how easy it was on to bat on because of the nature of the surface. Today you get any ball to spin and bounce and turn on it. I don't know what is happening. It's a matter of preparation. But at the same time, the authorities need to respect the curators and ground staff in getting them trained properly to be able to play better pitches. They need to invest money in their ground staff so that they'll be able to be trained, learn how things should be done properly, and I'm certain with better services, the batting would definitely improve in the Caribbean.
Well said, Mr. Hines. So Murray is going to continue to Zinal Ramsamy. But on the topic of that, I can't really say that this pitch, this surface so far today, has offered a lot compared to the other surface
Well, I haven't seen
from the
all.
last game. So I do think if the batters apply themselves, they'll be able to score runs. If they just, just get through this tough period and be mindful of their shot selections, I believe they'll be able to score some runs on the surface. It seems to have a little bit of everything for someone. I saw some seam, and when Yearwood and Mohabir had their partnership, they were able to drive quite convincingly and confidently through the line. So just a bit more application needed from the Guyanese batters. Sweeping this time. Believe they'll look for 2. Yes, they'll get that quite easily.
Yes, I do agree with you. A better application is needed. I do agree with you. However, the thing with it is, if the confidence level is not where it should be, you will have the problem, because application is a must if you're going to bat long. However, the ball is turning and bouncing, and you really have to dig deep to try and bat long. Sure, they need to dig deeper. I agree with you.
Oh, he's been bowled behind his legs, trying to sweep. He's played that sweep shot well. He played 2, picked up 4 runs from it. In fact, on this occasion, he's been swept off his feet, bowled behind his back. So caught Murray strikes, and 51 for 5. Guyana being generous, saying 51 for 2. 51 for 5 now, Guyana.
Guyana tottering here at 51 for 5. Another flight to delivery. His positioning of his feet wasn't properly missed, and he had his leg stump struck. He heard the timber and the noise behind his back, and he his way back to the pavilion. Again, the word that we just use, application. Just use the word application. Because had he covered his stump with better technique, there's no way that ball would have passed his front pad and go rush into his stumps. But he's back to the pavilion, and a good pitch, that ball will not turn like that. But be that as it may, all credit to the bowler. You have been given a surface where I'm getting some help. Why not use it? It's for you to bat on it. So it's a kind of a 6 or 1/2, not half a dozen of the other. So it's a question of Guyana really, really tottering out 51 for the last of 5. And in real trouble here against the Windward's bowling attack generally.
Yes, so new batter, Rivaldo Phillips. Joins Alvin Mohabir. Guyana searching for a partnership. They need to build a partnership from here. Can't afford to lose wickets in a cluster. They had that one good partnership of 33 runs and nothing much to talk about. So they really need these 2 batters to dig in. I mean, it's challenging for them. 5 wickets down, but they really need to show some fortitude and try and push Guyana up. Try and get them to a target that might play in the minds of the Windward Islands team if they're not able to bowl them out, or at least look to bat out the remaining of the day. Murray continues to new batter Phillips. He pushed that one, he wasn't quite balanced. And I like this from the captain. He's brought everyone up in the circle, in the inner ring, in the inner field. No one out, new batter in. So just showing that killer instinct. Not allowing the batter to get off the mark easily. He's trying to sweep that one. Oof, wrapped on the pads, probably outside the line. So Rivaldo Phillips survived 51 for 5. Guyana in a bit of, I definitely say they're in some trouble here. They definitely need to find a way to rebuild and build and get a partnership going. What do you think their approach should be, these two batters, Stanley?
Yes, I was about to say to you, Stacey, I really do not understand the approach. Yes, the ball is turning and bouncing, albeit slowly, but I really don't understand the approach because they're trying to play play shots that they should not be playing. To me, the level of concentration is lower than it should be, and hence they're getting themselves in the problem. I would not be surprised if they will be dismissed this afternoon on the 100. I would not be surprised, based on the approach.
So the Guyana contingent will be hoping for something different, Mr. Hines. But in the previous over to Murray, well, when Mohabir faced him, he was looking to use his feet and get to the pitch of the ball when it's pitched up. So that might be one way for them to look at curtailing the spin. I mean, when it's just short of a length or on a length, then I won't advise using your feet because then the bounce and turn is clearly imminent here. So when it's pitched up, one thing they can look to do is use their feet and play straight. And that was good from Mohabir there in that over. He looked to go straight. He got it over the fielders in the circle. Just wasn't able to get the 2 runs because he wasn't aware of how heavy the outfield had become. So that's one way they can look to take on Murray when it's pitched up. I'm not saying that they should look to jump down the wicket to every ball, don't get me wrong. But if you're not scoring runs and you can use your feet well, that might be one way to throw the bowler off his line and length. It might be a difficult proposition to use your feet to Tariq Edward because he's taller, so he gets more bounce. He doesn't flight it as much as Murray does. Looks to operate on a line and length for the majority of his spell. Huge appeal. And he's been given, Alvin Mohabir has been trapped LBW to Tariq Edwards. So spin doing the damage here again for the Windward Islands team.
Another one has gone back to the pavilion, striking him on the pad. A very confident appeal, and the umpire had no hesitation in lifting his fatal finger. And Guyana continued to sink further into the mire. They are now 51 for 6. And they are finding no easy answers out of this problem that they have found themselves into. Lack of basic technique is the problem here, because when spinners are bowling and getting the ball to bounce and turn like that, your technique is definitely up on the show, and if it's lacking, it will be found out, and you're going to be dismissed. And that's exactly what's happening to them. They lack that basic technique as to how to apply themselves properly to spin, and hence they are falling victim to the spin and turn and bounce of the Windward slow bowlers. The big question would come when the Windwards would bat, how would they respond to the Guyanese spinners?
So new batter, Jonathan Rampasad. I mean, he's made in last year's tournament, he made 25 runs only from 4 innings, the highest of 21. Definitely has capabilities with the bat in hand. I mean, I saw in the white ball tournament, he's one of those that stood up for the Guyana team.
51.
Came in one game. Well, Kurt Murray is going to continue. He came in one game and actually was able to propel them to a winning target of 179. So Guyana is hoping for that and more. So looks to sweep, connects well. And that'll be a boundary to Rivaldo Phillips to get off the mark.
Yes, delivery outside the leg stump, and he swept it, and he collected boundary. Another valuable 4 as far as Guyana is concerned. As the total rolls down to 55 for the loss of 6. And as I said before, I'm wondering if they'll be able to maintain or position themselves in terms of trying to battle the rest of the day, because I do not see it happening. I think they're going to fall under 100 based on what I'm seeing.
Just passes the outside edge there. So back on that good line and length is Murray. First one was a bit too full. But was able to sweep him well.
You want them over there?
Sweeps again, makes connection, won't get to the boundary. They'll pick up 2 more. So Rivaldo has decided his line of attack against Murray is to sweep. We saw one batter, Zinal Ramsamy, already being dismissed to the sweep shot. So Rivaldo Phillips has decided he's going to continue sweeping. A captain has also made a decision. He's decided to send that fielder back and square leg boundary. So Devoni Joseph has been sent back. Square leg boundary. It's halfway in, not fully out. Oh wow, what has happened there? I look to play across the line.
Technique.
Thought for a moment his off stop was gone there, Stanley.
I thought he was bold, to be very honest. He played a cross-batted shot against a ball that tossed up. How he wasn't bold, I'm not too sure.
Plays across this time. Oh, keeper probably thought it was bold and he did not attempt the stumping. I mean, it passed so close to the stumps.
It's the second delivery that he played the same identical shot and he missed twice. Unfortunate for him, he's still batting.
I actually thought the delivery before, it was a lack of concentration on his part, but he decided to play the same shot to the left-arm spinner. The ball is actually moving away from him. So not too sure. Well, I don't think, I know for a fact that's not the correct shot. He should be playing to the left-arm spinner. Goes this time with a straighter bat. Over is completed. 58 for 6.
Yes, Stacey, he doesn't suggest permanence. To me, it's a matter of time here before he gets himself into problem. Because 3 times he played and missed, and as I said before, he's very fortunate still to be at the crease. To be very honest with you, as the Windward's bowlers continue to make railroad into the Guyanese batting, as their lack of proper technique is definitely on show. And that's my stand for now, and I'll hand over to Kenroy.
So welcome, Kenroy. I'm not too sure if any other bowlers are going to get a chance this evening with the way these two have gone in the tournament so far. And they're continuing to cause a lot of issues in tandem nonetheless to the other team. So Tariq Edward is continuing to Jonathan Rampasad, beats the outside edge of Jonathan Rampasad to start.
Yeah, good combination here between these two bowlers, Tariq Edwards and Murray. For the Windwards, they have done a lot of bowling for the team and they have really gotten the most of the wicket, and they have done that again today, creating trouble for the Guyanese after a good start by the fast bowlers.
Yes, and 2 left-arm spinners. That's really the main similarity between the two of them, because they operate quite differently. One is whipped off the pads. You know, Edward is taller. He's looking to just hit on a line and length. Bowls a touch quicker than Murray, who just loops it up, bowls it slower, looking for turn, just bowls it with air, Murray. So some contrasting points there between the two left-arm spinners, Kenroy.
Murray is more deceptive. The off spinner is more quicker through the air. He looks to get his wickets via LBW or caught behind, while Murray have the batters caught, bowl down, stump. So different techniques, different bowlers, but they have been very effective for the Windwards.
Indeed, and I think the other thing too is that 2 left-arm spinners, you're not there, you can't play them the same way. You have to play them in a different way. I mean, you might look to use your feet to Murray, as I mentioned before. You can do that at times if you have the proper technique to do so, but it will be much difficult to use your feet against Tariq Edward. So over-completed, a maiden, 58 for 6.
Yes, Guyana struggling here at 58 for 6. Really, 57 for 6. Some good bowling here from the fast bowlers to start with. And now the spinners have taken over. They are bowling in tandem, Murray. So Guyana, I think that is lack of application really of the batters that really have Guyana in this position. They have not really occupied the crease. They have not really gone about their jobs as they're supposed to. But the Windwards have taken advantage of that and has 6 wickets in the bag.
So Kurt Murray is going to continue. He'll be bowling to Rivaldo Phillips. He had him in some trouble in the previous over. Let's see how he decides to play the left arm spin of Kurt Murray here.
Love the variation on Murray's bowling, really. Slow, nice. He bowls a fast one as well. He really has his own way of doing things. Skip and a hop to begin with.
Yeah, and he has that slingy action. I believe that's part of the deception that you spoke about, Ken Roy.
Yeah, sleeky bowler. He is. Does a pretty good job. Has his own style. He's unique. It's pretty good about him. That's one he's played through mid-wicket. Picks up a single, comes back for a second. Does have the tendency to drift on leg sometimes, but he's pretty much steady. 59 for 6. Guyana in the first day of this 3-day encounter between the Windward Islands. Windward Islands taking advantage. There's 4 sessions.
This one is a full toss. It's been heaved to the onside. It won't get to the boundary. Devoni Joseph cleans up down there. They pick up 2 more runs.
Yes, full toss really. Pulled through mid-wicket. Picks up 2 more runs as Murray has the tendency, as I said just a while ago, to bowl these full tosses down the leg side. So he has taken advantage of that. He's been now having a conversation with Tariq, who's at short extra cover. Probably just telling him to be more consistent on the off stump. The field is set for that. It's better hitting the outer portion of the bat.
Yeah. And as Murray continues, it's something we've spoken about, what we want to see in terms of these youngsters every time they come to these competitions. I mean, last year, Murray is the perfect example of evolution, really. He has evolved and developed so much in his game. So congratulations for the growth he's shown in this tournament compared to last year. Last year, he only picked up a solitary wicket throughout the entire tournament in the 6 innings that he bowled. So, and he was also, his economy also wasn't the best. So far, he's already picked up 12 wickets, I believe. Or is it 11 in the entire tournament? Picked up 1.
Yeah, he got one
so
already.
11 wickets in 2 matches, and his economy is below 2. So yes, last year he was expensive. He wasn't picking up wickets. This year, he has evolved in both facets. He has picked up wickets, and his economy is well below 2. So that's the growth that we've been talking about, that we want to see from these players. That's what we want to see them learning, the learning process taking place. So brilliant from Kurt Murray in this tournament so far compared to last year.
Well, a good comparison there from Stacey, and as in respect of Kurt Murray and his growth. Would love to see those sort of indications from the other players during these tournaments as they come back. They are pretty young players, but they have to develop and do as well as they ought to, as they have been put on show here. As another wicket goes, caught bad pad. Tariq Edwards a strike again. Windwards have picked up their 7th wicket.
Tariq Edwards has just been exceptional for Windward Islands from tournament to tournament, year to year. Last year he was a key man for them with bat and ball. This year he continues a soft dismissal where Rampasad coming well forward, but the bunks again undoing him, as we mentioned. Tariq Edwards, he gets more bunks and he bowls more on a length compared to Murray. On that occasion, that was the undoing of Jonathan Rampasad. So another wicket goes, and Isaac Thorne comes to the crease for Guyana. I've seen him bat before. I think he's one of those players that will look to take on the game, Ken Roy.
Yeah, I'm just unfortunately for the batter there, he pushed forward hard hands and ball rushed into the man at silly point. Easy catch to him. So another wicket for Tariq, another wicket for the Windward Islands, 61 for 7. So good pressure being created here by the Windward Islands bowlers, from the fast bowlers down to the spinners, and they have really played some good cricket today. Guyana have not really occupied the crease. They have not been disciplined in the way that they have gone about their jobs. And really, as I said before, that is what, as a bowling team, that is what you take advantage of. Once players are loose, you take advantage of those situations and make the best of it. Windwards have done that.
So Isaac Thorne, last year he had 68 runs throughout the tournament. A highest of 46. So definitely has some capabilities with the bat. So Windward, the Guyana team, they'll be hoping for that 46 and more. Rivaldo Phillips is there with him at the non-striker's end. Tariq Edwards certainly has other things in mind to Isaac Thorne, the quick man, Isaac Thorne. Goes for it right away. So luckily that was heading down the leg side. As another wicket just fell to spin, Kenroy, why do you think spin bowling has been so effective in this tournament? And holistically, by extension, when you look at the tournament, well, India versus West Indies and some other tournaments, why do you think spin has been so effective in picking up wickets in the Caribbean? This has gone absolutely nowhere. Simple catch taken there, and Isaac Thorne didn't hang around long enough, faced 2 deliveries and has been caught. So Tariq Edwards strikes again.
Well, another soft dismissal for a Guyanese batter. He was tossed in front of Thorne, and Thorne had a go. Well, he's an attacking batter, only coming off the upper portion of the bat, and an easy catch to the man at mid-wicket. And wicket number 8 has gone for Guyana. They are now 61 for 8, and they are tumbling here against the Windward Islands. Well, with the question that you asked about the spinners, they have been given the opportunity to bowl more than the fast bowlers, for one thing. And really, I don't think the fast bowlers have been given the opportunity to bowl as long as the spinners. Being a fast bowler is more work than a spinner. But the effectiveness, as you said, the spinners have done the job for the teams. Unfortunately, we are not seeing those things coming through in the higher level where the spinners are dominating for the West Indies. So we have to look at that as well. But in this tournament, the spinners have ruled, and they continue to do so.
Yes, Jeremy Sandia, he's a left-arm spinner himself. He's made his way to the middle. Yes, I do agree. The spinners have done a lot of the work with the ball in hand. But that's because every time they get the ball in hand, it's hard to take the ball out of their hands because they continue to pick up wicket, and runs have been hard to get off of the spinners in the tournament. So
I think the batters are just too rush. They rush their jobs. They're not patient enough. They try to attack the spinners when they're not supposed to, And the batsmen in the tournament, they left much to desire. Let's be desired as the way they approach a game and the way that they look to really build innings. They have not been doing that. So it makes the job of the spinners rather easy.
yes, one thing I highlighted in terms of the approach to the spinners, it's either a lot of the batters either look to play an aggressive shot or they get stuck in the middle, not going anywhere. So definitely need to formulate a plan as to how to rotate strike. They pick up a single, there you go, to rotate strike against the spinners.
Yeah,
you don't want to get stuck.
There's no maneuvering. There's no chipping. There's no backing way. There's no whipping off your legs. There's no turning off the wrist. You're not seeing these sort of qualities coming through from the batters. They're just playing long forward, looking for the ball at the toss to hit over the top. You're not seeing them caressing the ball. So these are things that we have to look at. The batters need to apply these things when they're batting spinners and really learn how to handle these sort of slow bowling.
Yes, not taking any credit away from how well these two spinners have gone in this tournament so far. They've really been the pick of the bowlers for the Windward Islands team.
Well, you have done the bulk of the work, really. So they have been doing that for a number of years. As you mentioned, Murray was not as effective as Edwards was in the last tournament, but to see him grow this year is exceptional. So both of them have come together. Their combination for this team has worked well, and they have done well as a team during the tournament so far. Really, and I thought that the fast bowlers would have been given another opportunity really to bowl, after these batsmen, especially Garcia, who bowled a real lovely spell from the Beckway end. He did a really good job. But skipper Agassi said that I'm going to my spinners.
Well, the fact that Gassi bowled so well this morning, and he bowled a brilliant spell this morning. The fact that Murray and Tariq are operating in tandem really typifies how the tournament has gone in terms of the ability for the spinners to execute and just continue to pick up wicket and put a stranglehold on the run scoring as well. So it'll be really hard to take the ball out of the spinner's hand at this point in time. Goes for it. Big heave across the line. Luckily for him, it falls just short of the two fielders converging. The two fast bowlers, Shanil Edward and Franklin. So luckily for him, they pick up a solitary run.
As we say, the patience of the batsmen are just not there. Murray just tossing that one, and he went for that. Just falling in no man's land, really. Very fortunate for him. Score goes up to 63 for 8.
Yes, and I like the way the field is set to Phillips. I'll come back to it after the delivery is bowled. That one, it was errant in line. They managed to pick up 2. But what I like about this field setting is that the captain has decided, I'm going to leave that big inviting gap on the onside open to Phillips, who has shown that he wants to play across the line to Murray. So I like that from Akeem Ogies, just leaving that gap open, saying to the batter, Phillips, hit it there if you can.
Well, you have a slight grey covering that comes over on his veil every hour or so, Stacey, for the day, and that's not really a good sign.
Well, there's only one team will be praying for rain right now. I won't mention who, but one certainly won't like to see any showers coming down. The other certainly won't mind some showers at this point in time.
Well, need some blessings, need something to come forward, something to happen for them. 31 overs bowled in the day, 65 runs on the board, 8 wickets have fallen.
Yeah, this is better from Phillips so far. Looking to play with a straight bat, not looking to go across. So an improvement from him compared to the last over or 2 he's faced to Murray. The delivery he swept, it was errant in line and he played it well. So good to see from Phillips. Hopefully he can close out the over just as well as he started.
Yeah, yes. These batters have to be patient, and I like this from Ogies. He's calling in his long off to say that if you want to go over the top, you could go over the top. There's a man at slip, silly point, backward point, square cover, extra cover, well bowled by Murray, just in front of him. That brings you over to an end. So 65 for 8, 32 overs bowled. So some excellent cricket here by the Windward Islands, aided by some irresponsible batting by the Guyanese.
Yes, indeed. So despite there was something to work with early on, I was looking from the stands. I was looking at the start of the day's play. And as I mentioned, there was some seam movement on offer. However, it wasn't anything that was difficult to handle. And I really think if there was better application from the Guyanese team, they probably could have had less wickets down now for more runs. Because the wicket isn't hard to bat on. That small partnership of 33 certainly showed that if you apply yourself, you can bat on the surface.
Yeah, just application, being patient, wait on the bat deliveries, maneuvering the ball, hitting the ball in front of you, keeping control of the game. That's all it did. And it worked well for them until they went on the attack and lost their wickets.
Yes, so Sandia continuing to do battle against Tariq Edward. Oh,
And
my
he's out
goodness.
My word, as the wicket keeps tumbling, Sisian.
I mean, that one was fuller compared to what Edward usually bowls. He was looking, though, to play it across the line of the spin, of the left-hand spinner, and in the end, I wonder if that was the one that went the other way from Tariq Edward, because it got a healthy edge.
Well,
And
it did.
Akeem Ogis took an easy
Hit
catch
the edge
in
and
the
went
end.
to the slips.
Definitely went the other way. So another wicket, Jeremy Sandia, a left-arm spinner himself, being caught in the slip there by Akeem Ogis, who accepted willingly. So new batter in. Last recognized pair here for Guyana, or the last wicket pair, I should say.
On the stroke of tea, really as close to tea. Lose another wicket, 65 for 9.
Yes, and Tariq Edward, congratulations to him. Out of nowhere, he's picked up 5 wickets for 4 runs. So marvelous figures here. And these two have a tendency of sharing responsibilities. I've seen that between Edward and Court Murray. I remember in 2 different 50-over games, while Murray was stifling the bowlers, the batters, Edward was picking up wicket. Then the next match, the roles were reversed. Murray was picking up the wicket. Edward was stifling the batters. In the last game at Sion Hill, the responsibility was shared, really, that game that they won against Windward Islands. And on this occasion, Edward has decided, today is my day. So 5 wickets for 4 runs. Marvelous figures from Tariq Edward.
Congratulations to the youngsters. He has bowled well in these conditions. But that says to you that when you have a team that is playing well, you have to have persons who are responsible to do certain things at times. So Murray and Edwards have bowled in tandem, and they have done exceptionally well for the Windward Islands. It's the same how that you would want your batters to bat in tandem. That is how cricket is being played, and they are demonstrating that on the field, that their combination is pretty good for the
Indeed,
Windward Islands.
Yeah. So the new batter is Joash Charles. So Joash Charles got a rare loose delivery from Tariq Edward there. Wasn't able to put it away. Before this one that was bowled was a full toss, but he wasn't able to put it away. So later on with the bat, we might well see the combination of Murray and Edward. They've also combined with the bat for Windward Islands. So fuller delivery, dug out there to end the over. 66 for 9.
65. 65 for 9, Murray. He has 1 wicket for 20. And Edwards, he has 5 wickets for 4 runs. So some really good bowling by these two here for the Windward Islands against Guyana. Guyana had a nice little partnership, 4-wicket partnership. After that, nobody troubled the bowlers. The bowlers literally just handed their wickets to the bowlers, and the bowlers accepted them. So Edwards and Murray have done the job here for the Windward Islands. After a good start by the fast bowlers, they really continued with the pressure, and now Guyana are here. 65 for 9, 33 overs bowled. You're listening, or you're looking at cricket. West Indies under 19 tournament being played in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Rising Stars.
So Rivaldo Phillips on strike. The captain has decided, I want long off in the circle. So also put someone in the mid-wicket area, short mid-wicket. Not too sure if that position is really necessary, unless it's a full pitch delivery that Murray bowls. But I liked that gap being left open just to ask the batter to play across the line. So nicely bowled again from Murray.
Sitting that line on the off stump, just turning slightly. Murray, his variation is very good. He has his unique way of bowling.
Yeah, apart from his unique way, as you mentioned, his slingy action, he keeps it pretty simple. You know, he doesn't try to do a whole lot. He knows what he's doing. He just tries to get it on that line and length. He knows when he should flight it.
That's important, learning your art and a craft. This one is a flighted live. You went to hit that one over mid-wicket, missing everything except the keeper's glove.
But I mean, it's the nine wickets down. I mean, Rivaldo Phillips has decided he's going to take on the game. At this point in time, I don't blame him.
He's going to have a go. No doubt about that. Murray consistently bowl on this off stump. Nice jiff. Bounce, turn into the keeper's glove. He has done a good job as well, the wicket keeper. Look rather smooth as well.
Yeah, so all the fielders up in the circle now. Someone was on the square leg boundary. Now Geese decides that he wants all the men in the circle. And dives over that one. Get close to the boundary. Will it hit the rope? Yes, it does. So they pick up a boundary. I don't think Windward Islands will be too daunted by that. I think they wanted to keep Sandia on strike. Sorry, Joash Charles on strike to Tariq Edward.
Well, a good shot there by Tandia into the fence for 4. Bad delivery by Murray. He tends to slip down the leg side now and again. That's a loose delivery. So that was punished by Tandia and takes the score up to 69 for 9. 33 overs bowled here. And really, Windward Islands have made light work of the Guyanese here today. Didn't put up a fight, really. But skipper O'Geese, using his slippers, taking a catch as well. Didn't have much to worry about today because his fast bowler started nicely and then his spinners came and just do the job. Tariq Edwards have 5 for 4.
Hit a bit aerially. Just one bounce in front of Courtney Franklin. I mean, the Guyana team, they won the toss, decided to have a bat this morning. Not too sure what Windward Islands would have done had they won the toss, but certainly saying right now it was a good toss to lose.
Happy days.
That was driven nicely by Joash Charles. Form drive from him. But he's clearing that front leg to Tariq Edward. That was prodigious turn away from the bat. I thought it was edged, but there was nothing on it, and it bounced and flew all the way to Akeem O'Geese, who took it over his head. Interesting.
Yeah, some purchase from the wicket as the two batters have a conversation in the middle. I'm wondering what this conversation would be. Would be of.
Well, Rivaldo called him down. He played 2 shots there. He wasn't able to get any of them away. So I believe he's telling him, let me have a go in the next over. You just survive at the other end.
Yeah, maybe that's so. But he pushes that one off his back foot to the man at cover. There's a slip, a backward point, silly point, extra cover short, extra cover mid-off. Mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and a short mid-on. Very attacking field here.
Turn and bounce again from Edward. Doing too much on that occasion. Yeah, so Sandia is definitely looking to survive. He's not trying to play any shots. Since that chat, it's a bit too high there. So the over is completed, 69 for 9. So let's see how Rivaldo decides to approach Court Murray in the next over.
Well, he has shown his intentions to play a few shots. So I'm thinking that Murray probably would hold it back, bowl a little slower, and try to get that quicker delivery in between bat and pad, looking for LBW or a bowl long or a miscue to get this last wicket of the Guyanese in this Guyanese innings at 69 for 9. 35 overs bowled so far for the day. Rain interrupted there, I should say. Rain has interrupted us on several occasions today. So that's why the scoreboard is looking that way. But the Windward Islands are pretty happy at present with Guyana 69 for 9. Murray outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. The cat and mouse game being played between both of them. It's bowling rather slow outside the off stump. Again, he's hanging that one up in the air outside the off stump. He swings and misses.
Yeah, slow and inviting. Definitely trying to get at him, Rovalo Phillips. He's not able to connect.
Oh, he's out caught. First slip, slower delivery, came back, hit the upper portion of the bat, and he's out caught at slip. The 10th wicket has fallen. An excellent catch by Yogi. Well, a rather a simple catch.
Yes, he took that catch like he was expecting it, really. I mean, he went back on that occasion, looking to probably leave it alone, but couldn't get the bat out in time. Took the edge. And a simple catch to Akeem Ogis. And the innings have been wrapped up. 69 for 9, Guyana. 69 for 10, sorry, Guyana.
Well, the mystery continues. We continue to speaking about the batting here in this tournament. It left much to be desired. I haven't seen the application of the batters. I have not seen the consistency of the batters either. And we have not gotten the runs that we would love to see in this tournament from these batsmen. And it's really cause for concern.
Yes, from a Guyana perspective, they have Mavenja Dindyal and Rampatab Ramnath, who have just been awarded contract to the Guyana senior team. I believe they would have expected a lot more from those two players. They haven't really lit the tournament up. I mean, they do have other games to play with hope. Well, they have another innings. Let's not look too far beyond that. So hopefully they'll have a better showing in the second innings. But for now, the Windward Islands, they'll have a chance to get a knock this evening. So we'll take a short break, and when we come back, it'll be the start of the Windward Islands innings.
Welcome back to Annisville Playing Field, where we are bringing you action here between the Windward Islands and Guyana. Guyana have been bowled out for 69 from 35 overs. Windward Islands are the crease presently to start their innings. And just to let you know what went on, Edwards, he got 5 for 4. Murray, he had 2. Franklin, he had 2 for 19. As Thorne, he has a ball in his hands outside the off stump. Pascal is the batter for Windward Islands. So they have a total of 69 to get in their first innings, and they started their 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, a short extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, and the fine leg. Thorne, he's known in this tournament as one of the quickest bowlers. Well, in my opinion, the quickest bowler in this tournament. So Pascal will be facing up to Thorne. Thorne. So outside the off stump again, just about that 4th stump, as we welcome back Stanley Hines into the commentator's booth. Stan, good evening. Welcome back.
Yes, good afternoon to Ken Roy. Good afternoon once again to our viewers, where the Windward Islands looking to get up to 70 and go beyond that, as Guyana folded meekly for 69, or 36 overs. Yep, 35.4 overs.
Thorne, big lad outside the off stump, lifting delivery into the keeper's glove. That one touched down and moved nicely.
Well, what I saw of Thorne last year, he was easily the quickest bowler on show.
Yes, indeed.
And if he had one of the problems I understood from the management, that he had a problem with his fitness. The fitness level was not the very best. So I'm just hoping that he would have done some work between last year and now, and we will see a fully fit Thorne bowling for his country.
Well, he's running in with the new ball. This one is torn off his hips. Is Pascal. They're looking for 1. They're calling for 2. So good running by them. So 2 runs to the Windward Islands, and they are off the mark. 2 without loss. Windwards. Pascal has 2. Looking for that target of 69-70 to claim first innings points. Thorne, one of the bigger lads in this tournament. 3 slips, a gully, waiting. This one is driven to the man out at cover point, who does the feeling. Guyana really didn't show any form of resistance to the Windward Islands bowlers from the beginning of their innings. Folded for 69, Windward Islands. I think have one of the better teams based on experience. They are led by Agassi, who's part of the Volcanoes camp. Agui, this one is driven up to mid-off. Short extra cover. As we bring the first over to an end, it's 2 without loss. Windwards in reply to Guyana 69.
Yes, and reasonable start there from the Guyanese fast bowler. They're about looking for line and length, not really looking for any real express pace. And it's equal to the task the Windward Islands batsmen. So the question, see, how are the Guyanese mentally going to respond to their meager total of 69? And how would the Windward Islands also go about it, bearing in mind that, yes, it's only 69, but with this low-scoring kind of situation, things tend to happen. So we'll just wait to see how are the Guyanese going to approach the low total, and how the Windward Islands batsmen are going to approach it. So I think we're in for an interesting afternoon, but my understanding is that we play it up until 6 o'clock. Yes. So by which time we'll have a clearer idea as to where the balance really lay. But I think the main interest during this Windward Islands response, and for the rest of the afternoon, barring the fast bowlers, how well would the Guyanese spinners bowl based on what we saw happen when the Windward Islands bowlers, spin bowlers, bowl to their batting lineup. So I think that is where the main interest would be.
Well, Charles would be partnering Thorn. This one is outside the off stump. Taken low by the wicket keeper. Windward's batsmen decked in their green helmets. This one is it is out caught. Delivery just on the off stump. He pushed at it and he's out caught. Second slip, diving to his right. A really good catch by the man at second slip.
Yes, a very good catch taken at second slip. He snicked at it. It went low to his right and he scooped it up. Really, really brilliant effort from him at second slip. In the Windward Islands, not the best response in terms of trying to get to 69. But the Guyanese will be cock-a-hoop. They have gotten just what the doctor ordered for them, an early breakthrough, and set the Windward back a little bit. So it's now 2 now for the loss of 1. As wickets continue to tumble here at the Annisvale playing field in this West Indies Under 19 Rising Stars tournament. He's gone without scoring, and the Guyanese are very, very happy. So it's exactly to see what happened. Ball just around middle and off, seaming across him, took the edge, and an excellent catch taken at second slip, low to his right, and the Windward's 2 for 1.
Well, Jeremiah has gone back to the pavilion. That brings number 54 it is. That's Akeem Skipper comes to the crease pretty early. Charles picking up his first wicket. A really fine catch by the man at second slip. And Guyana has started on a positive note here against the Windward Islands. So that brings the skipper to the crease. Windward Islands 2 for 1. Looking for that total of 69. That was posted by Guyana. This one is outside the off stump, bounce once, twice to the wicket keeper. Charles, by no means a real fast bowler. He's gentle medium really. But that was a really good delivery to Jeremiah. He pushed at it and a low catch to the right by the man at second slip. A really good catch by him. Excellent. As Windwards have lost their first wicket in reply to this total. Charles again. Side the off. Some carrying this time to the wicket keeper. As the umpire signals that's 3 balls in the over. That's halfway. So we would be bringing broadcast to you up until 6 p.m. plus tonight, this evening. Long day at the office. Stanley. Again outside the awesome charge. Just sitting at lovely length outside the awesome, but Akeem Ogis just shoreline arms.
Yes, so far so good. He's keeping a line just on outside the off stump, and Ogis picking up the line early. He's thrusting that front leg forward, picking up the line, allow it to go through to the keeper. We spoke about these long days, Ken Roy. You have to be prepared for these type of days.
Well, luckily we have some liquid refreshments that will keep us going. This one is outside the off stump, bouncing twice again. Signal, that's the end of the over. So at the end of 2 overs, Windward Islands are 2 for 1.
Yes, and it's an excellent start as far as the Guyanese are concerned. Having been dismissed for paltry 69, of 35.4 overs with Yearwood. He top scored with 20. And bowling for the Windwards, Tariq Edwards, 5 wickets for 4 runs. Courtney Franklin, 2 for 19. Kurt Murray, 2 for 24. Gussie, 1 for 10. And if there's any highlights, it was a partnership of 36, from 5 for 3 to 41 for 4. Those are the basic in terms of the batting, and there's a confident appeal one that struck him a bit too high outside the off stump. And the total remains 2 for 1. But certainly, the Guyanese are cock-a-hoop, more so with this early breakthrough. And there's definitely a spring in their step.
Indeed. Have the likes of Thorne bowling that new ball. Charles have picked up his first wicket. Windward's 2 without 2 for 1. Really brings the 2 most senior batters to the crease, that of Ogis and Pascal, who started the innings. These 2 have been around for the Windward Islands for a while. This one is whipped off his legs. Lovely shot by him. It's going close to the fence. Has it gone? Yes, it's gone into the fence. Hit the ropes. Signal will come from the umpire now. So 4 runs to Pascal. Fine shot by him off his hips. Through mid-wicket for 4.
A no-nonsense type of opening batsman. He loves to play his shots, but he had to be a little mindful of the situation here. Potentially promising opening batsman. As a question of him tempering himself and try to get, the productivity level going. But both him and Ogis are the 2 most senior players in this Windward lineup, and they need to see off this new ball.
Oh, his shoulder arms into the keeper's glove. Good judgment there by Pascal, the Dominican. I've seen him from under 15. All the way up now to the under 19s. He has.
I think this is last year.
Yeah, I think he has progressed nicely. Thinks this year probably would push through those clouds which are above him or so.
What you see to push through these clouds, Kenroy, I believe, this is my firm belief. Do not after this delivery.
Lifting delivery by Thorne. Thorne just reminding him that I'm the quickest bowler in this tournament. Can't be peeping there.
That was a good one. That was a good one. You use the right term. You can't be peeping at it. It certainly flew past his chest. It really was a good delivery there. And testing waters for Pascal. But you see, what I'm saying, Kenroy, is once you are showing this kind of potential, this promise, 15, 16, 17, we want to see something on the 4th column. We want to see runs so that when selectors meet, they can't afford to overlook your name.
Yes,
if you see where I'm coming from.
Indeed.
Because if you are on par with players from the other islands, you can easily be overlooked. But once you are seeing this, they're seeing these 3 figures regularly in their face, they cannot overlook you.
Yes, I really do believe that these 2 batters really should have gone ahead of the others, not by 1 or 2, by leap and bounce, because of the experience they have had and the amount of time they have played at this tournament and at this level. They really should have gone on further than they are. But they are here, and hopefully they will do the job for the Windward Islands as the senior batters. Aston has been driven up to mid-off. Foolish delivery. Pascal has another single. I know his dad may be glued to the broadcast. He's a ardent fan of Windward Islands and cricket in the West Indies. Serious about his cricket as well.
Good afternoon to my good friend there, Mr. Pascal in Dominica. A little surprised I did not see you. I have not seen you here in SVG this year. Wrong are you? I'm not too sure what happened, but we had long conversations last year. And we're not here, but your son is in good health. He is out there, but he needs to get some big total behind him before the tournament is concluded.
Right, skipper Akeem Ogis out of St. Lucia. Taking strike. This one is outside the off stump, nipping back really after it passed. Really some movements there from that new ball from Thorne. By signal by the umpire. So after 3 overs, Windward Islands are 8 for 1.
Yes, that last delivery there, certainly it moved away after pitching. And When it gone close to the keeper, it went even a bit further. Some movements thereafter. But certainly a head of steam being built up from that southern end there, and certainly Windwards in Pascal and O'Geese will have to try and negotiate well, because some testing overs coming from the southern end. And the line from the previous over from Charles, from this another end, was immaculate. He was thereabout outside the off stump. He never moved, he never strayed. Kept it away on outside that off stump.
Persistently outside the off stump, just on the foot stump. They have been rather disciplined, these two bowlers, Charles and Thorne for Guyana. But Pascal and O'Geese sort of reminds me of my time when I played for Windward Islands, making Windward Islands pretty early and being in this team for this tournament. There's a lot on your shoulder as a leader as well. Outside the off stump, into the keeper's glove.
That's a few moons ago.
Yeah, a few moons. Probably went around and went back again, you know. That's how it is.
Two deliveries thus far from Charles. Continue to keep that line outside that off stump and looking to force O'Geese to play, but certainly he's keeping his line. He's very consistent.
Yeah. It's not quick by any means, but steadily outside the off stump. This one is hit airishly past Charles. Charles is wondering, should I have put my hands out? May have stuck. But that has gone. He has to look for the next one.
The line is good. The length is good. And certainly, I like this test that is being placed to O'Geese. They're about just outside the off stump, the fourth stump, as we tend to say. And it's interesting battle here between Charles and O'Geese, with two slips and a gully in place.
We just have to be careful as to how we pushed at these deliveries. Weight on it. It's better. It's forward in the approved manner.
And certainly, despite the bit of sun that we had, the pitch still offering some sea movements. That has come about also as a result of, without any real heat to drive out the preparation moisture. It's still there.
Well, we had rain all day. Breaking transmission, breaking play, all of that happened. It's an outside the off stump. Teasing line outside the off stump is Charles bowling. As I said, not tear away fast bowling, but he's just hitting that foot stump length and really causing Charles O'Geese to push his pad outside the off stump and shoulder arms, testing length.
It's interesting to see if he has one that will come back to the left-hander to see how he's going to respond to it, because he's getting him to move away. We want to get to come back in at him.
Oh, he's outside and beaten outside the off stump is O'Geese into the keeper's glove. That's the end of the over. A good over bowl by Charles.
Yes, an excellent over there by Charles. Consistency, persistency is just thereabout, forcing O'Geese to play. One false shot in that over there where he played a bit too early. It looped up, but a bit away from the bowler. No chance, but certainly an excellent over there by Charles, forcing O'Geese to think all the while during the entire over. 8 for 1 certainly is a question now of Thorne from the southern end, how he would respond to that over, because the fast bowlers do operate in pairs.
Yeah.
And ones tend to feed off the other ones. They bowl in that good line and that good length.
Well, Thorne the fast of the two. Oh, that one is true Pascal. Into the keeper's glove, and they make a rather good combination as well for Guyana. One is testing outside the off stump. Thorne is rapidly coming through. So there's something for these batters to think about.
Yes, certainly. That was a fine delivery there by Thorne, just around the off stump, forcing Pascal to defend. And fortunate for Pascal, he didn't touch it, but certainly it was a beautiful delivery there from Thorne.
Well, Thorne walking up some pace from that end. It's rapid. Strong young man. This one is outside the off stump, hitting the Pascal just kind of closing the face on that one, hitting the outer portion of the bat, falling short at the man at gully.
Yeah, closing the face and hitting the outer portion of the bat, but certainly it's really a test I love to see with fast bowlers against a batsman who we are well aware is an attacking opening batsman. I love this.
But he would be advised to play with that bat open.
The vertical, keep that vertical going.
Yes. Straight up and down, playing the V. Don't look to close that face of the bat. There's 3 slips, a gully up, square cover, short extra cover, and the mid-off waiting. Oh, he's driving and missing. And throwing his hands in the air as his dreadlocks bounces. So these Guyanese fast bowlers are really doing an excellent job for them here. Knowing that they have posted a total of 69. They are bowling exceptionally well here against these two rather senior batters.
They are definitely bowling well here in this situation. And with that bit of a slight assistance from the pitch, you're creating even more problems. As I said, this is a good battle is on between the Guyanese fast bowlers and the 2 Windward Islands batsmen, the most senior batsmen. Really good battle is on here at Arnesville.
Yes, I think these are the most senior batters in this tournament as well. Again, outside the off-stump, falling short of the wicket keeper. Looking for a signal from the umpire. What it would be, crosses the ropes now. Buys, signal by the umpire, 4 buys. So that beating the bat, beating the keeper, and over the fence, 4 runs to Windward Islands, 4 buys.
Yes, well, as far as the Windward are concerned, it's 4 less closer to the 69 made by Guyana. One little criticism, the wicketkeeper, I think, is a bit too far. A couple of the balls are staying down and he needs to go forward. Maybe another foot or 2 so he'll be able to take it properly. But it doesn't make sense. He blames the ground. He is the one to position himself properly in terms of the bunks and he'll be able to take it across his waist. But be that as it may. And he's still coming back towards first rather than go forward.
Well, I remember those days of Junior Murray and Ridley Jacobs.
And they're strengthening the slips now. So there's 4 slips and a gully. But certainly he's
Courtney
really been bowling well.
This one is driven firmly to the man at mid-off, who's actually on the practice wicket, one of those wickets. He's not too far away. You could call him short extra cover. But it's a well-set field here for Thorn. 4 slips, a gully, square cover. Fine leg, short mid-on, short mid-off. Attacking field being set here by the Guyanese captain, looking for the scalp. One of the senior batters from the Windward Islands. This one is hitting on his pad. That's rather high from where I'm at. But stifled appeal coming from the Guyanese. Another good over bowl here by Thorn.
Fine over there by Thorn, creating all sorts of problems with the experienced Pascal. And he'll really have to. He's been tested to the very end, but you really have to dig deep and try and survive this onslaught from Thorn from the southern end with a bit of pace, and Charles from the southern end, who has been bowling mainly at Ogies or just outside the off stump, and the Windwards have been hamstrung, so to speak, in terms of getting runs due to the excellent line and the consistency with the 2 fast bowlers. They're not moving away from those lines that they are bowling, which is good for West Indies cricket.
Yes, good bowling by Charles and Thorn. Charles continues the attack for Guyana. Chips away. Oh, this one is driven up to the man at extra cover. Little fuller length that is. Charles Ogies into the strides. Stroke it all along the ground. Number 10 does the feeling. Windward Islands, 8 for 1. 5 overs have been completed. They're looking for that target of 69. Earlier in the day, Guyana was bowled out, really collapsed. This one is outside the awesome, a little wider. Carries to the wicket keeper. Really no occupation of the crease by the batsmen, no commitment really, and they gifted their wickets away, and the Windward Islands fielders and bowlers took advantage of those sort of temperament from these batsmen. No patience. Just gifted the wicket away, and those gifts were accepted by Windwards, and they are all out for 69. Windwards in their turn at the crease, and now 8. Outside the house, some beating O'Geese. My God, this is some excellent bowling. Reminds you of Courtney Walsh and Courtney Ambrose in their days.
Yeah, this is definitely some very good line bowling here from Charles. Keeping that line and forcing O'Geese to play at the deliveries. Maybe, as I said before, maybe he lacks the ability to have one on the same line, but to cut back, so that if he gets it cut back the way he's leaving alone, he can go up for a short for LBW.
Charles just shifting on the legs. O'Geese turns it to square leg. Is calling for 2 good running and between these 2. Good aggressive running, and that's what we're talking about, Stanley. When you're playing cricket, you do the basics right and you get everything sorted.
Yes, but the first time we're seeing Charles strain on the legs there off O'Geese, and he tucks it out to deep backward square and collects 2 easy runs, 10 for 1. But that certainly was the first one that he missed. But as going back to what I said, that sort of inducker, if he has it, it certainly will create even more problems for O'Geese. But he hasn't shown it thus far.
Charles, outside the off stump, cut to the man at backward point by O'Geese. Ball not getting much height. 10 for 1. Jeremiah was brilliantly caught at second slip after bowling of Charles. Windwards was 1 without loss there.
It's 2 for 1, I think it was. The wicket first.
Yes. Guyana keeping things tight here. Good session so far. Cool conditions. This one is outside the house stump again. Just bringing O'Geese on his front foot. That brings over number 6 to an end, and Windwards are 10 for 1.
Yes, another testing over there by Charles. Hitting the deck there and thereabout. Just one ball that's straight from him on the legs of O'Geese, and he collected a double. But certainly outside of that one delivery, he has really been right on the money and forcing O'Geese to really play at most of the deliveries, and he has survived. So we're going to see another over from Thorne, Isaiah Thorne from the southern end, and he too is creating problems for Pascal. But fortunate for the Windwards, both men have survived thus far.
Well, back in the day, you would have said, okay, give me a single and let me bat Thorne, or you bat Charles. But Thorne has the ball in his hand, bowling to Pascal. This one is driven up to the man at mid-off. Doesn't feel cleanly. Goes through the legs. Pascal has turned for 2. He's looking for 3, running aggressively. Won't get it. So 2 runs to Pascal. Some mistake there by, is it Charles? Who's feeling? Yes, it's Charles.
You said it earlier, Ken Roy. No matter keeping the basics
Yep.
intact, because certainly there was no need for him to dive at that. He could easily, skip the cross and stopped it and keep the pressure on the Windwards batsman.
Thorne getting a little bit too full. Pascal taking advantage of that. This one is on the legs and he turns it nicely. He's gone for 1. Man at fine leg. He's coming back for 2. So some aggressive running here by Pascal, really, and putting the field under some pressure, and he picks up 2 more runs.
Yes, this is good running in the part of Pascal and O'Geese. Tucks it to the left of the man at deep backward square. And had they been the Guyanese, it certainly would just been a single. But they are really running aggressively, and they've gotten 2 more runs. And certainly this is a good way of easing the pressure from this excellent line bowling from Thorne and Charles. And it's a nice way. Keep ticking over the runs, and life becomes a little more easier for you, and you'll be able to concentrate much, much better, recognizing that runs under your belt gives you a lot of confidence as you are aware of it.
Well, it brings the momentum as well. Gives you that momentum when you're batting. Thorne, he's driving that out to covers. A lovely shot that is. He's gone for 1. He's coming back for 2. Goes close to the rope. 2 runs to Pascal. Getting into his stride here. 2 more runs to the Windward Islands. 20 for 1.
Suddenly a splurt of doubles, so to speak. Not the doubles that they're selling in Kingstown. Splurt of doubles, and certainly these runs will ease the pressure on the Windward's batsmen. And bearing in mind, we are all aware that Pascal is a very aggressive opening batsman, and he's not going to be pinned down for too long. But let's see how he responds.
Thorn is into the deck and Pascal is right behind of that. Good comeback there by Thorn. Well played by Pascal.
And from a Windward standpoint, I believe Skipper Geese, they'll be hoping that he stays there for a fairly long period. As a matter of fact, for the rest of the afternoon, and from the Guyanese angle, they'll be hoping that a breakthrough comes somehow between Thorn and Charles and reposition the balance a little bit, because certainly the Windward still on top, 20 for 1, trying to reach the Guyanese total of 69.
Thorn outside the off stump, just on that foot stump. Pascal shoulder arms, the number 7 is on his back. Windward's 20 for 1. There are 2 more senior batters at the crease. That of O'Geese, the skipper, and Pascal. Pascal is 13 from, and O'Geese is 2. So O'Geese just trotting along as Pascal, the more aggressive of the 2 batters. There's 4 slipper gully, a backward point, a square cover really, short extra cover, short mid off, a mid on, and a man at fine leg. This one is down the legs, taken by the wicket keeper, tumbling over. That brings you over to an end. So another Thorn over comes to an end. 20 for 1, Windward Islands.
Yes, an over that eased the pressure, so to speak, in terms of run scoring, because they got 3 doubles, they got 6 in that over. With the type of pressure they want, certainly welcome runs by the Windward Islands team, and of course Pascal himself getting all 6 runs, and certainly must be feeling a little more confident based on the fact that he was tied down, or he's been tied down by these guys in his opening bowlers in Charles and Thorn. But certainly, so far, so good as far as both teams are concerned. Guyana probably looking for another wicket or 2 quickly as possible, while they're being denied by the Windward Islands opening pair in Pascal and O'Geese. Noel, the number 3 batsman. Bearing in mind, Jeremiah went out to a brilliant catch, taken on second slip by Phillips off Charles for a duck. The total was on 2. They have added 18 thus far.
Charles runs away from us. O'Geese forward in the approved manner. Looks pretty tight in defense, O'Geese.
Seaman is getting the hang of the line bowling from Charles, as you quite rightly described. He's not no real quick bowler, but he's very immaculate, very consistent and persistent bowling that ball just on the outside of the off stump.
Still have to be careful, is O'Geese, as he pushes outside of that off stump. There's 3 slips waiting on that little edge. He's in defense with that one, tight. Looks rather compact. These 2 have not really set this tournament alight as they ought to. Really been around for a good while in the Windward's camp, playing under 15, playing under 19. But they're here, battling here for the Windwards. Outside the off stump, he pushes his left foot outside the off stump and shoulder arms as he should. 20 for 1. Pascal on 13, O'Geese on 2. Windward Islands looking for that target of 69 in the first innings of this 3-day encounter. West Indies on the 19 Rising Stars here at Arnesville playing field. Very good conditions for cricket. Cool. Sun is not too hot. This one is a lovely delivery. Just bringing him on the front foot. That testing line by Charles. Just nagging.
Well, apparently the wicketkeeper seemed to have spotted something in his jog up the entire square to get past the message on to Charles. But maybe he's still a young man, but it'll be interesting to find out his progress, because I think what he really needs, because of the lack of pace, is to get that inducker going.
Pitches that one up Yorker length, squeezed out by O'Geese, the man at fourth slip fields. Probably saying he's launching forward. You could catch him if you carry it full. If he misses, could get LBW. You know these things. You're not a quick bowler to the edge and come down to the slip.
So what do you think he told him?
Something like that.
Okay.
Yes, he's launching
Accepted.
forward. Try and squeeze one between bat pad. Let's see what he does here. Again, he goes straight. And O'Geese is right behind of it. Over comes Sonnen. Another good over by Charles.
Yes, another very good over by Charles. As you said, no military, no terror with fast bowler, just there about forcing the batsman to play. And certainly the battle continues here. We have just over hour and 65 minutes to play. Well, from our lone local weather knowledge to the east of us, it looks fairly clear. So it appears to me that we will be having no interruption for the rest of the day. And to the west, it's clear. Breeze still, so one would expect in these conditions. Its sun is out, it's not in all its glory, but it's good enough for cricket to continue, I believe, uninterrupted for the rest of the afternoon, long afternoon.
Okay, Al Archer. So you hear the declaration by Al Archer about the weather. With his lovely cricket here at Arnisville playing field. Guyana versus Windward Islands. Thorn. Short lifting the way to Pascal. Just turns it. Mid-wicket. Picks up a single. Brings O'Geese on strike. Haven't batted Thorn thus far. Would be his first taste of him.
Yeah, well, interesting now to see the line that Thorn will bowl to. The first time he's bowling to the left-handed O'Geese, and he's been taking Charles for the past 3 or 4 overs from this top end. So interesting to see what line that Thorn will bowl and the approach from O'Geese to Thorn, because he is definitely quicker than Charles.
Well, let's see the adjustments by both players, bowler and batsman. This one is a short lifting delivery. My word, that have some pace on it.
That one definitely had something in it. He dug it in and it really flew across his head. Really was a good one. And type of thing we've grown accustomed over the years to this short pitch bowling and batsmen learning to bat.
Yes.
I love to see this. Tremendous excitement.
Yes, I love to see this sort of bowling from fast bowlers, aggressive. Batters need to bat. Thorn just reminding O'Geese that I'm a big boy as well. This one is short lifting. It took off like a jet into the keeper's glove. That's the first delivery I've seen collected over the keeper's head.
Yeah, to be very honest, those last 2 deliveries really flew from good length, and it has to do with the pitch and the effort put in by Thorn, but certainly the second delivery to Thorn, as you said, it really took off like a jet. It really flew. And O'Geese got out of the way. So we'll see how this battle continues, because he's letting him know I have a bit of speed.
Well, he's demonstrating it here at Arnisville. This one is outside the off stump, a little wider, left alone into the keeper's glove. Good battle here between these fast bowlers and batters from the Windward Islands, showing good temperament. Fast bowler showing good line and length, accuracy, consistency. That's good to see here. We have not seen much of that over the past 2 weeks or so. It's lovely to see here between these two teams. Good battle.
Good batting surfaces and pitch that has a little bit of assistance is aided in good quality cricket.
Stone lifting delivery outside the off stump, and O'Geese shoulder arms into the keeper's glove. Have nothing to do with that.
Well, he doesn't want to get anywhere close to that, because certainly the balls are really taking off after pitching, and it's a matter of the effort being put in by Thorn. And maybe if he had a partner on the top end with the same type of speed, we might have been for, a little more excitement. But certainly this is probably, not probably, as far as I can assess, is the quickest over I've ever seen for the entire day.
Yes, indeed. Thorn, the man from Guyana. This one is beating him outside the off stump. My word, into the keeper's glove.
Beaten for pace. He played at it, but the time he played, the ball had already thundered and thumped into the glove of the wicketkeeper. Certainly a fine over there from Thorne. And O'Gees must be counting his lucky stars, particularly the last delivery, about not getting a stick. But by the time he played, the ball had already zoomed past him. And Kenwell, I enjoy this type of fast bowling, to be honest. I enjoy it.
This is very exciting to see from our cricketers. Excellent fast bowling by the youngster Thorne and Charles. Both have bowled 5 overs thus far. I've not seen a lot of fast bowling in this tournament who have bowled in tandem like this, Stanley. And this is very healthy for cricket.
It's very healthy. It's very encouraging. When you look at these two fast bowlers from the Guyana team, one is slower than the other one, and they are complementing each other.
They do. Surely has.
Windward Islands. Is that a change in bowling, I believe?
Still Charles. Still Charles.
Yeah, because of the rearrangement of the field, because Charles will be bowling to Pascal for the first time.
Yes.
And he is the more aggressive of the two batsmen. So maybe the Guyanese captain is cognizant of that fact. And the field has been spread a little bit. 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and square legs. So certainly interesting to see how Pascal, the aggressor, would face up to this line bowling here from Charles.
Charles, the man from Guyana. This one is pitched up on the leg, turns it, gets single. It could be trouble here. Oh, sure, at the non-striker's end, but he was home safely. O'Gees, quick single, and these two are communicating well, they are running well, and they are very aggressive.
What is the good thing about that is that the moment he struck the ball, he ran, called his partner, so there was no way that they're going to have a run out there because there was no hesitancy whatsoever. The moment he struck it, he's off from the starting blocks. And O'Gees responded, and it turned out to be a comfortable single in the end.
Well, call early. That was done. Charles. This one is pitched up and driven to the man at mid-off. O'Gees coming out of the middle of the bat there.
That one is pushed too firm for them to go for that another single. Pushed it fairly firmly to the field at mid-off, and there was no way they're going to get that single because Pascal previously had actually checked it, and it was getting quicker to the fielder, so they was able to reach home for a comfortable single.
Charles again, left alone. He was talking about that delivery to jog back. That one jog back, hit O'Gees on the glove and bounced in front of the keeper. Luckily it didn't balloon, but he lives to fight another day. But a good delivery from Charles again.
These are some testing overs from the Guyanese fast bowlers. There's no two ways about it. I haven't seen this for the entire tournament. We have hunting in pairs, and they're really creating problems for the batsmen.
Yes.
I believe lesser batsmen would have already been gone to the cleaners.
Yes, the senior batters are here for the Windward Islands, and these fast bowlers from Guyana are doing an exceptional job for them. Keeping things tight, keeping things in check, going across the edge, lifting deliveries across your chest. They are bowling with some pace as well. Thorne, Charles, he's a little man, but seems that he knows his job. He knows what is required of him. He's not trying to overextend himself. So Guyana has made a very good reply here with the Windwards. Windwards steadily moving on, 22 for 1. Again outside that off stump. Into the keeper's glove. Testing era. Good bowling here by Charles. As he's been encouraged by Thorne, the big man. Look at the comparison, Stanley.
Yes, definitely. It's a midget, so to speak, is against the bigger man. The Windward Islands response has not been anything easy to come by. Runs not easy to come by due to this accurate bowling from the Guyanese opening pair.
Charles again outside that off stump. O'Gees pulls the bat away. That brings you over to an end. Another consistent over there from Charles. 22 for 1. Pascal on 15, O'Gees on 2. Windwards in reply to this 69, they are 22 for 1. They have lost the wicket of Jeremiah An excellent catch at second slip, one-handed to his right, to be dismissed. And really, you must commend the Windward batters as to how they have gone about their business this evening, and also the fast bowlers from Guyana.
Yes, and to remind our viewers that Guyana were dismissed for 69 of 35.4 overs of the air, with 20 being the main scorer. As a matter of fact, they only want to get in the double figures. Tariq Edwards took 5 wickets for 4 runs, 2 for 19, Courtney Franklin the fast medium, Kurt Muddy left arm spinner, 2 for 24. At the other fast bowler, Gassi got 1 for 10. This one short lifting on his body, and he swiveled on this one here, and took the face of the bat more towards a fine leg slip, and he got away to the boundary for 4. Fortunate for him, but it doesn't matter as far as Windward is concerned. 4 runs is in the book.
4 important runs to the
Very
Windward
important.
Islands. 4 runs to Pascal. You know, he's an aggressive batter. Thorn has shown no remorse. Really, he's running hard. I'm a fast bowler. You would have to pull and cut me. That's what he says. Let's see his reply here to Pascal. Again, he's short, bouncing over the stumps there. Just playing with soft hands, Pascal. Thorn, no resistance. Not stopping at all. It's good to see these fast bowlers here at Arnesville running in, bowling the new ball, 5.5 ounces, new cherry. Good job.
I think the experience of Pascal and Ogis is showing here against this accurate bowling. Fellas at this age here under 19 against this quality fast bowling, they certainly would have already succumbed. You better believe it. They are really, really bowling well.
This one is outside the awesome
Fine
punch
shot.
into the fence. 4 runs. Pascal on his toes in fine style. Backward point into the fence. 4 runs to Pascal. Lovely shot.
Yes, a fine shot there from Pascal. Back of a length, lifting, and he trusted the bunks. And he was on the back foot and stroked it to the right of cover point to the boundary for 4. Was certainly one of the better shots played for the entire day. That shot was a very good shot, because he trusted the bunks and he was right on top of it on his back foot and just slid to the boundary for 4. Welcome boundary by the Windward. We've seen 2 in the over thus far.
Thorn in reply. This one is outside the off stump, lifting. You could hear that hitting the surface and lifting.
On another day, my brother, you will not bowl as well, and you certainly will have something in the 4th column.
Well, it's not happening today. These 2 senior batsmen from the Windward Islands are proving to be extremely difficult to remove. Pascal has rushed up to 23 with those 2 boundaries, a pull and a lovely punch to backward points, square cover for 4. That was a really great shot. And Thorn continues. Oh, this one is a straighter delivery, having him a little bit of trouble. The hands up and the slip goes up, but he's safe. 30 for 1. Windward's in reply to Guyana 69.
Lovely afternoon here at Arnesville. Yes, it's after 5. It's another 54 minutes in terms of playing time. The playing time has been extended as a result of having lost time due to rain twice during the day thus far. But everything seems fine for the rest of the afternoon.
Well done again, Al Archer. This one is hitting him the outer portion of the bat. He wants to close the face and falling short of the man at gully.
A little bit of a banter there between Pascal and Thorn, but it's all in unfriendly terms. Certainly, things were said. I believe that is the end of Thorn's spell, because he really put in a big effort there from the southern end for his team. So more than likely, from what I'm seeing, the gesticulations out there is that the body language seems to suggest that he has finished his spell, and he really bowled a very good spell indeed. And don't be surprised if there's a change in bowling from the southern end. And kudos to him for an excellent spell, and the response from the Windward's batters, O'Keefe and Pascal, was equal to the task.
Yes, indeed. Charles continues. This one is bringing Ogis forward defensive, and he has completed his 6 overs.
6 overs for about 18 runs thereabouts. Certainly had a good spell.
None for 22 from 6 overs.
Yeah, but he really bowled a very good spell. To be honest with you.
The figures doesn't speak.
Doesn't
volume.
suggest that he doesn't deserve, or he didn't deserve a wicket in the fourth column. But that's how cricket goes.
Bowl excellently with pace, aggressive. Charles just consistently supports him at the other end. It reminds me of the bowling attack of the Windward Islands, Murray and Edwards. The bowling tandem, really, the spinners, and now these fast bowlers are doing the same with less effect.
Yes, because of the quality of the batsmen at the crease, because none of the Guyanese batsmen really suggested prominence.
Yes, I
Lots
do
of
agree with
them
you.
gifted their wickets away.
Yes. Jeremiah, this one is punched by your geese up towards mid-off. Tumbling save by that man. He gets a single.
See, we can look at things both ways. Excellent bowling was the quality of batting.
Do I agree with you there? None of the Guyanese batsmen really put up any fight. These two senior batsmen from Windward Islands, they are doing that for the Windwards. They are batting smartly, sensibly. And they have really survived that excellent spell by these two fast bowlers so far. Pascal is forward in
Studiously
defense.
forward defensive. And you know, speaking about our slow bowlers, spinner, slow bowlers, however you want to term it. I am well aware of a particular bowler from the Windward Islands in my days. Got a lot of wickets in the tournaments, in the senior tournaments. And once selected in the Windward Islands team, he did not out anybody at the regional level. Couldn't out anybody because of the state of the pitches too.
Things. Food for thought.
I think he got, I wouldn't give the figures, he got somewhere in the 20s in the matches that the country is from. And when he went to play in the real big yard, I think he got 1 in about 3 matches. So she was wondering what has happened. That's why I'm not too
Keen on the spinners.
yeah, in terms of the number of wickets taken. Yes, they're in a tournament. Yes, he has gotten wickets, but when the next level comes is when the next test comes.
This one brings Pascal on the front foot, squeezes it out.
Remember the good old days at Mindufele Park? You would have bowled there with your golden arm.
I surely have. Picked up a few as well.
Yes, one of those type of pitches that because the ground is not big, it wasn't big, you have to learn to bowl and bowl properly. As a spin bowler, seamer, you have to bowl properly because the ball will just whistle to the boundary.
Yes, it does.
Beautiful batting pitch at Mindufele Park.
So it's short lifting outside the off stump. Charles saying, listen, I have a little bit of pace as well. Trying to go into the deck. Bounce one to the keeper. Brings it over to an end. 31 for 1. Pascal on 23. Skipper Ogis on 3. 12 overs completed. Windwards in reply.
Yes,
31 for...
As the water break, a little break, and certainly deserved break, especially for the Guyanese fast bowlers. Moso Ton, who definitely put in a big effort here for his country. Unfortunately, in the fourth column, there's nothing to show. 6 overs at 22 runs, but certainly really bowled a fine spell from the southern end, and complimented him from the northern end was Charles. He also bowled his 6 overs for about 10 runs thereabout. Really bowled well, accurate as ever. And the Windward Islands, having lost just the 1 wicket of Jeremiah, who was brilliantly taken on second slip, low down by Phillips of Charles, without scoring. The score was then on 2 for 1. Trying to get to the Guyanese total, who succumbed meekly to 69 off 35.4 overs. Yes, the pitch definitely gave the spin bowlers tremendous assistance, turn and bounce, but they never really suggested prominence. There was too much assistance to the seam and then the spin, and barring that 4th wicket stand that yielded 36 between Ramsamy and Yearwood, None of the other Guyanese batsmen really put up any sort of fight, and they succumbed meekly to 69 as Tariq Edwards 5 for 4, Courtney Franklin 2 for 19, Courtney Murray 2 for 24, and Gassi 1 for 10, 69 35.4 overs, and Windward Islands in response 33 for 1 with Jeremiah, I said, caught Phillips off Charles for 2. Which caught Phillips off Charles without scoring the total into Pascal and O'Geese have weathered the Guyanese storm in Thorn and Charles, and the players are in for a little water break here now as they are being refreshed. And nice sunshine, cooling sunshine, cooling conditions, good little sunshine, not any excessive heat. It's just there about to cool you down, and with these refreshment that they're having, we certainly will see change of bowling. The fast bowls allow 6 overs each, and then we are going to see the Guyanese spinners. So I think between now next 45 minutes will really prove something in terms of how well are the Guyanese spin bowlers going to bowl at the Windward Islands batsmen in Pascal and O'Geese. How would they respond to the spinners? We are not too sure. Time will tell, and we'll see how it goes between now and 6 o'clock, where play has been extended as a result of the last time.
Well, the break is over. Everybody's scampering back to their positions. Windward Islands 31 for 1, replying to 69. Poultry 69 by Guyana. Really poor effort on behalf of the batters. Pascal, he has 23, and skipper O'Geese, he's on 3. Bowling for Guyana, Isaiah Thorn, he had 6 overs, 1 for 22. Sorry, 1 maiden, 22 runs, no wicket. And Josh Charles, he bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, 4 runs, and picked up 1 wicket.
Wow, 6-3-4-1. Wow. That is a very good containing spell from Charles from the northern end. So Kenway, the next interest for the rest of the day would be the battle between the Guyana spinners and O'Geese and Pascal. We'll just wait to see how things pans out.
Well, immediately there's a change in bowling as we see the spinner tossing from left to right. How they apply themselves to these spinners would be very important, knowing that they have less than an hour or so before close of play. Today is the first day of the 3-day encounter with Windward Islands, as O'Geese will be taking strike from the new bowler. Rampasad, right arm around the wicket. Outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. There's a slip, silly point, a backward point, cover, extra cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket. Outside the off stump, bounce and turn here for Rampasad so early. Causing the trouble, causing O'Geese to think about what is happening. The spinners from the Windward Islands did the same thing, that of Edwards and Murray. Rampasad around the wicket. Flighted and brings O'Geese right forward. Encouragement coming from the Guyanese to Rampasad, hearing them loud cheers. Really nice weather here for cricket. Cool, calm. Breeze just barely blowing across the playing field. This one is flighted and it's turned viciously into the keeper's glove. Food for thought.
That one probably hit the bowler's foot mark. It really spun prodigiously there. It had to hit the bowler's foot mark.
Rampasad. Ken bouncing and turning. Oh, this is going to be a testing evening. That brings
Continuation of what we saw earlier today from the Windward spin bowlers, Murray and Edwards. Certainly, the last 2 deliveries spun prodigiously from Rampasad from the southern end. I think we are in for an interesting period of play that's left for the rest of the afternoon. What, 42, 43 minutes? Certainly. Continuation. So let's see how the Windward's batsmen going to respond to the Guyanese spinners. I said this is the testing point for the rest of the afternoon. So then change the ball in the top end, which is the northern end here at the Andersville playing field. It's a question now of the bowler and how well as Pascal and Ogis going to try to survive this afternoon based on what we saw for the entire day. As it would seem to be a left arm spinner. We'll get
Passard.
Huh?
Passard.
Passard is going to take it up from the from the northern end. Interesting times, Ken, right?
It would be very interesting with a left arm seamer, just like the Windward Islands, and an off spinner from the bottom end, the Beckwith end. Same thing being implemented here by the Guyanese. Passard. Similar to Murray as well.
Very similar.
Own unique style as well. Coming around the wicket, left arm around the wicket. Oh, this delivery is hitting him on the back foot. He's out. Pascal has succumbed to the left arm spinner. Second delivery out of his hand, and he has picked up the wicket off the attacking Pascal. He goes back to the pavilion, Windward Islands, 31 for 2. They have lost Pascal.
As I said, the problem is about between now and 6 o'clock with these spin bowlers. He went back to one that didn't spin it, went straight on with the arm and caught him palpably in front. And umpire had no hesitation. I think from your position, you are in a much better position than I do. It appears they will be hitting middle of middle.
Well, he had no problems with raising that index finger. Pascal was right back on his back foot, and that struck him there, and he really had no issue with that. Excellent delivery from Prasad to start proceedings here for Guyana. Guyana really putting the pressure on these batters. They have picked up their second wicket, and that brings the number 6 into the wicket for the Windward Islands. Sayers, St. Lucian, medium pacer. He comes to, he's an all-rounder, batting rather high in the order.
Yes, he's batting rather high, and he's come to face the music.
Yeah, I think he had the most runs in the tournament, the Windward's tournament. So
okay, fine.
He has to be
somebody who can handle
quality.
His bat.
Quality. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Fine. Well, he's been given an opportunity to continue from his runs that he got in the tournament. Given an opportunity is for him to make good use of the opportunity presented to him.
Right. Sayers is here out of St. Lucia. He'll be bowling. He'll be facing up to Prasad, who's just got his first wicket. It's around the wicket. This one is similar delivery. Sayers is right behind of that. He's a little man. Not big, not a broad shoulders, but little man he is. Out of St. Lucia, Prasad. Number 10 on his back. This one is sliding to the leg side, and Sayers is off the mark with a fine glance. 2 square leg. Windward goes up by 1. Prasad. And Rampasad bowling here for Guyana. Prasad in his first over. Bowling his first delivery to skipper Ogis. There's a slip, a backward point, cover, short extra cover. Mid-wicket, mid-on, deep. Mid-wicket. This one is flighted and Ogis is forward. Squeezing it to the man at mid-wicket. So as you said, this is going to be a testing evening here for these batters with these spinners operating. Prasad and Rampasad. That's the end of the over. 32 for 2. Windward Islands.
Yes, another testing over. They have spin. We've seen all day. He's right on the money, making a batsman play. He got one to straighten on Pascal, and he caught him palpably in front, and the umpire had no hesitation. And as I said, Kenroy, this is going to be a battle between the spinners, Guyanese spinners, and the rest of the Windward Islands batting to see who would survive at the end of the day in a better position. Whether Windward's will lost more wickets, whether they'll be able to bat through with just a loss, just maybe another wicket or two, if any more. And between now, we can be some very interesting time here because the ball is definitely turning, the ball is straightening, and it's a matter of using the experience. So we'll see how Ms. Sears would find themselves here against the Guyanese slow bowlers. Remember, there's a different type of spin bowling that you'll be meeting. Maybe for the first time you're seeing these type of bowlers here. So it's a question of how he applies himself.
Sears very compact in defense there. Very compact in defense here. First delivery. Rampasad, flighted delivery. Sears is equal to the task.
What has he seen? What do you think he's telling his bowler? Ken, right? Man from first slip is running down to the to Rampasad. What do you think he's indicating to him as to what to do?
Probably to pull it back a little bit, ease the pace off, use the assistance of the wicket. That's what I'm talking about. Bounce and turn, there's a loud appeal. Not how it says the umpire.
We are going to get this for the rest of the afternoon, appeal after appeal after appeal. Maybe he has seen what the bowler hasn't seen, because the very next delivery there's a strong appeal for a cut. Maybe he's coming somewhere off his tie pad.
Sad flight in that delivery.
In the approved fashion, on bending knees. He defended that one well for the Windward Islands. And he is under tremendous pressure here. There's no two ways about it. It will be spin and more spin between now and 6 o'clock.
This one is outside the off stump, taken by the wicketkeeper nicely. There's a leg slip, short leg, slip. And there's a man just behind square here. There's a square leg, there's a man at mid wicket. This one is coming in as turns it to the man at short leg as the over comes to an end, and my spell here has come to an end as well. I've bowled pretty well so far for the day. Good conditions as we welcome back Stacey.
You have done well for the day, Ken, right? It's a long day. As the Guyanese spin bowlers are doing their best to see how many more wickets they probably would be able to try to get this afternoon for their country, and they're being denied by Sears and O'Geese. The two solutions out there batting against this slow bowling. It's not going to be easy, but they have to fight it out for their country. Good afternoon to you, Stacey.
Yes, good afternoon, Stanley Hines.
Outside the off stump, and he defended it, the left arm spinner, that's Passad. No run, the total remains on 31-32 for the loss of 2.
It's been an excellent display of cricket this afternoon. Attritional cricket, I should add. Passad to continue to Akeem O'Geese. Not long before he was going to get a hold of one of those deliveries, and he's done so quite well of the left arm spin of Passad.
Flighty delivery there, and Passad uses his feet and drove it straight to the boundary for 4. A fine shot there indeed by O'Geese, and not allowing, looking to allow the spinners to dominate right on top of it, and really played a very good shot indeed for a boundary.
It's a quick single taken to follow it up. So excellent cricket from Akeem O'Geese, a senior member of this team. So Akeem O'Geese last year was Windward Islands' most successful batter. Played 2 matches and was able to amass a total of 180. He did so at a strike rate of 90, an average of 45. Today he's been tested by these Guyanese bowlers. It's been cut by Sears. get a quick single. It's been brilliant bowling partnership so far from the Guyanese team. You had the expeditious Isaiah Thorne at one end and the metronomical Joash Charles coming from the other. Really deterred the Windward Islands charge this afternoon. And now we see a left-arm spinner and an off-spin operating at the other end. So good bowling plans being employed by the Guyanese team so far. This one is swept. Is it fine enough to beat the man? Yes, it is. So another boundary to Akeem Ogie, showing all his class here at the Annisville playing field.
Yes, that delivery there, pretty expensive one in the situation. They got 2 boundaries at 11 and that over and advanced the Windward scores as a result of some loose bowling and one fine shot in the over there from Ogis that went for the boundary, and then that one is straight just outside the leg stump, and Ogis helped himself to another boundary and eased the Windward score. So certainly the scoring rate has picked up as a result of that expensive over in this situation here at the moment, as the Guyanese looking forward, still trying their best within the next half an hour thereabout to effect more breakthroughs, and at the moment they're being denied by Ogis and Sayers.
There's 42 for 2. Jonathan Rampasad to continue.
Field has been rearranged, whereby placement of Thorn down to the mid-on, swapping places, so to speak. This one flighted outside the off stump and defended there by Sayers. There is no run. So there's a slip, a leg slip, silly mid-on, short, square, mid-wicket, long on for wide, long on wide, mid-off, and cover. In. Back he goes and pulls this one down. They're going to get one. They're going to come for a second. Comfortably at the end. Losing his line and swept away, half swept away by Sayers for a double, 43 for 2. And certainly the runs slowly but surely being put on the scoreboard there. Now we're seeing 2 fielders behind the bat on the leg side. Let's see what happens.
I'm just missing the outside edge there of Sayers. So Rampasad was actually Guyana's most successful bowler last year. He picked up 15 wickets, but his economy was above 3. So it tells me that he is a wicket taker, but batters were able to go at him. So one just straight down the leg. Sliding down the leg once more. So Rampasad getting it to turn back into the right-hander, but just not lining it up quite well. So the over completed. Score is on 44 for 2. Windward Islands 44 for 2. Guyana earlier were wrapped up for 69 runs. Windward Islands in reply are 44 for 2, losing openers Pascal and Jeremiah.
So the battle continues here. This attrition between the spin bowlers and the Windward batters in the experience of Geese. And Sayers, from what I've been told, he is leading the run scoring in the Windward Islands tournament. And there's a vital partnership here as far as the Windwards is concerned. They're hoping that both of them will stay towards the end, whilst the Guyanese are really hunting, looking for another wicket, or probably 2 more, and sort of reposition the balance of this game. At the moment, The Windward's still on top at 44 for 2, a matter of 25 runs behind. So it's really a question of keep our wickets intact and avoid the Guyanese making any further breakthroughs. Is there change the ball in the top inning?
Yeah, so in looking for the breakthroughs, the captain, Mavendra Dindyal, has decided he's going to continue bowling some off breaks to Agis, not allowing his left-arm spinner to bowl to Agis after he managed to hit 2 boundaries off him. One bit too wide, left well alone there by Agis. So Agis, in his approach this afternoon, must give credit to the way he soaked up a lot of pressure. I think this is more of what we want to see of him in the tournament. He definitely didn't light up the white ball tournament, and I think by his standards he would have been disappointed. He has a chance here now in the red ball tournament to really show his class and character as a batter, show off his batting acumen, so to speak. In the first game, he only managed to score 14 runs. That was in the first innings. He didn't score in the second innings against Windward Islands. Sweeps this one off his feet. Gets up and gets a single. So he's already in. He's faced a lot of deliveries. He's faced 52 deliveries for 13 runs. So I think he's given himself a chance in this innings to go big for the Windward Islands team.
It's not an easy task. The ball is spinning and bouncing and turning out. It's not an easy task. But the Guyanese skipper is rearranging his field, so to speak. What is he turning up to be now? 5-4? Let's see. Yes, there's a slip, backward point, straightish cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, silly mid-on, leg slip, and deep backward square. A very attacking field in terms of defending. At the same time, hoping that Sayers will go for the big one and lose his head.
They get a quick single, but so far Bolton Sayers has looked quite compact in his defense. Looks to be the type of player that's happy to block a few, and the situation of the game now so close to the end of the day's play calls for that sort of player, that sort of approach. Yes, if there are deliveries to score off of, definitely, put them away. But this approach now, you don't want to lose any more wickets so close to the end of the day's play. This one is cut, but straight to the man, and I agree with you, Stanley. It's not going to be easy in terms of what the conditions has to offer here at the Annisvale playing field. But this is where the best batters are made. Tough conditions, you have to show your best in the face of adversity. And this is where we as spectators will rate you as a batter or bowler when you get tough conditions to bowl in or tough conditions to bat in.
Yes, I do agree with you. And there's a question of the mental fortitude. How are we going to survive for the rest of the afternoon here while scoring runs and preserving our wicket? I think those are the two key here, preserving a wicket and see how best we can get as much as humanly possible without risking it. No risky shots. That should be the order of the afternoon.
Yes, indeed. So Stanley, as Jonathan Rampasad is going to continue to Bolton says. This one is edging and it's taken at first slip. Just as we were talking about not losing another wicket, Bolton says has edged to first slip.
The Windwards have lost their third wicket. Just as I said, it is a question of preservation of your wicket while scoring runs. A good one that held its own, pushed at it from around the wicket, hit the edge and flew to first slip, who took a very good catch. And the Windwards have lost their third wickets, and wickets continue to tumble aplenty here at Annisvale on day one.
Yeah, I was just talking about how well he's been defending on that occasion, not getting over the delivery enough there of Rampasad and just letting his bat hang a bit outside the half stump. New batter, Devoni Joseph, the only batter to have scored 100 in the 50-over tournament that recently concluded. So we need to see a display of batsmanship again here from Devoni Joseph, partnered there with Akeem Ogis, his captain. He's giving him instructions, telling him what to look forward to here and asking him to just stay with him. Don't need to lose another wicket. 46 for 3. 69 runs Guyana made. So in terms of runs that they're behind, they're not behind by any far margin, because it's just 69 runs Guyana made, but they need to keep wickets intact.
So they have lost another wicket, and it's a question of how, as I said before, I'll repeat myself, preservation of wickets for the rest of the afternoon, while still eking away at this very small total, but that small total is looming large by every ball.
Yeah, they're effectively 23 runs behind Guyana's first innings total. 3 wickets down already. So Rampasad mentioned he was the leading wicket taker for Guyana. Don't want him to get rampant in a spell. Seems to be the type of bowler that feeds off of rhythm. And he's already picked up 2 wickets. So they need to continue, need to find a way to keep him out rather. So Devoni Joseph cuts just short of that man at backward point.
He has to be very careful. He should recognize his team's position rather than looking to play that big shot. He could easily cocked it straight to the man at backward point. Loose shot there from Joseph.
That's better from him. Watchful, left alone.
Shot selection is crucial between now and close of play.
Yeah, and this is why the term game awareness comes up so often. You know, it's about playing the match situation, being aware of what's happening around you, and still managing a way to get out of any sort of tough situation. This one is defended. Hit hard into the ground and bunks quite high. A streaky leave there. Looked as if he was going to be pull out at the last minute. So a successful over comes to an end for Jonathan Rampasad. The score remains on 46 for 3.
Yes, and the win was at this point in time struggling a bit at 44 for 3 with the Guyanese spin bowlers in operation, and each and every pass and delivery, anything can happen. But the key man there for the Windward Islands thus far is Ogis. He's still there, and he'll look to try and shepherd the rest of this innings for the rest of the afternoon and try to speak to Devoni Joseph. Hopefully that's the last individual that'll be coming from the pavilion, hopefully from his angle, and see how far they can advance the total without losing any more wickets.
Yeah, and the Guyanese team, they have a lot of spin options in their lineup today. We've already seen Pasad, Rampasad, Dindial now in action. This one is full. They get an easy single there. And there's Jeremy Sandia. He's another left-arm spinner who's yet to be used. So lots of spin options. And Dindial last year picked up 8 wickets. So he's definitely a wicket taker.
Joseph, the new man in, has to be very mindful, be very careful of the situation here, because the Guyanese, they are really with their tails on the back. Recognize another wicket here would really put the game in the balance. Any further wicket here will certainly put the game in the balance, the innings in the balance, and with a new batsman to come in if he is dismissed, to put even more pressure on him. So you have to try to create that mental fortitude to stay there for the rest of the afternoon.
Width given on that occasion. Can't find the gap. So Joseph still looking to play some shots. I mean, it was there to put away. Just not able to find the gap on that occasion. Not yet off the mark as well. Probably itching to do so. Change of angle now from Dindial.
That one really across him outside the off stump and it went fairly wide. It really spun across him.
This time, quick single taken, and Joseph is off the mark. Has to be careful of that angle of spinning across him and playing on in the onside. I think that's actually what Dindial wants him to do, and hopefully one takes the edge on that occasion, able to play it into the onside quite comfortably. So 48 for 3. Windward Islands in reply to Guyana, who made 69 earlier. They are 48 for 3. 2 wickets to Rampasad, 1 to Joash Charles. Interestingly, Stanley, while I was off here, I said that's actually the first slip catch of a seam bowler in the entire match, Joash Charles, and it still kept low. You know, it was a good catch by the man at second slip, I think. Yes, but interestingly, Joash Charles is probably one of the slower, apart from Bolton says, one of the slower bowlers operating in this match compared to Gussie and Franklin. And we've seen edges from Gussie. Yeah, that just went down. And even Thorne himself, nothing was hit on the edge, but some of them just died on its way to the keeper. So really interesting that Joash Charles, one of the slower bowlers, who's just really a line and a length bowler, got that edge and it went straight to the slip fielder.
That's how the cricket game goes, you know. That's how it goes sometimes.
Fuller driven. So Joseph and O'Geese will be.
Joseph appears to me he's going to fight fire with fire here. That's what I'm seeing. He's not going to be bogged down. But you have to be careful because at its point in time in the afternoon, or what, about 5:45, he has to be mindful of the time and position of his team.
Indeed, so he needs to play the match situation well here. The team, the requirement from him is to stay and bat out the rest of the day and reassess things in the morning with hopefully Hakeem there at the other end. Hakeem has been quite circumspect in his approach this afternoon. It's been very responsible. They get a quick single, misfield there by Isaac Thorne in cover. Yeah, so they need both of these batters to see off the rest of the overs that's remaining in the day.
That is what they call easing pressure. There was no single, and the ball just went through him. A very, very poor effort at a field of trying to field and allow the pressure to be eased to bring the better batsman in, O'Geese.
So well left there by O'Geese. Getting that front leg, that back leg outside the line of the ball and leaving that delivery straight into the gloves, watching it all the way into the glove of the keeper. So good signs for O'Geese here in this innings so far.
Yes, O'Geese is definitely showing the level of maturity, level of experience. He seemed to be level-headed, seemed to be calm, as against Devonnie Joseph, who seems rather fidgety, who wants to get on with the scoring. But yeah, he need to take a leaf from O'Gee's book and just try and bat out the rest of the afternoon. But certainly, a couple of minutes to go. Bat out the rest of the afternoon.
Indeed so, Stanley. Seems to want to get at the bowling. Dindial to continue to him. So one is wide, he's caught at it. Misses.
If you attempt to get at the bowling will get at you. Especially it's not 10 past 10 in the morning. It's 12 minutes to 6, a matter of 12 more minutes.
It's better from him, just leaving that alone, playing it with the line, letting it go through to the keeper. O'Geese was telling him a single was probably on there. A lot will depend on your mindset as well. I mean, that delivery there, I guess he's probably put himself in a cage in terms of his thinking now. Knows he has to survive, but if there are runs on offer, then you should get them. Oh, it goes for a swing across the line. I think that was too high, won't be given, but an ill-advised shot at this point in time from Devonnie Joseph.
Well, most I will say he has survived. A very confident appeal. I'm not too sure because of a lack of a monitor if he did touch the bat or if it was a bit too high or what. But the umpire says not out, and that's it. Rolls on the game. It's as simple as that. But the Guyanese are not too comfortable with the decision just taken there by the umpire. But that's how it is. Ogis has had a little chat with him to try to calm his nerves. Don't be bothered. Try and just bat the next delivery. Play it on its merit.
This time, pitching outside leg, I believe. Huge appeal. You expect the Guyana team to appeal for much of anything that beats the bat today. They really want to pick up a few more wickets before they go back in.
At least another one, but certainly that one was, for my position, was clearly outside leg stump. But the previous one was matter the umpire's decision.
Well, for that reason, he's decided to go around the wicket for the last delivery. Well negotiated in the end from Joseph, 49 for 2.
For 3.
For 3, sorry. Being generous. I'm being generous today. I mean, Guyana was at 51 for 5 and I said 51 for 2.
Yes, another tight over there from the top end from Dindal, as the Guyanese are pressing for at least another wicket tonight, but they're being denied temporarily by Ogis and Devani Joseph. And I believe both of them are trying to settle for the rest of the afternoon. Yes, whatever runs come, we should take it, but anything outside that, no risk shot whatsoever. This should be foremost in their minds.
Yes,
no high risk shot whatsoever. Just stay there. Whatever comes, and we'll be able to come back here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock and resume the innings.
Goes for a sweep. Try to sweep that one outside the line of off stump.
To be honest with you, that's ill-advised at this point in time in the afternoon. I'm a little surprised that Ogis is the one who's attempting to play that sort of a paddle sweep. A bit surprised. More like it, defensive to seal it off, no run. Allow him to bowl, slow him down a little bit. Yes, it's 6 o'clock, we're finishing. Just try and slow him down a little bit.
That's better from Ogis. That's nice from him. Coming well forward, getting his head over it, ensuring that it doesn't pop up to that man at silly point. So more of that Windward Islands will be hoping for.
Very level-headed approach here by Ogis. He's intent on defense, intent on staying there for the rest of the afternoon. You can see his intentions.
Nice finish there to the over. 49 for 3, maiden over. You don't mind maiden overs at this point in time if you're the Windward Islands team. Once it's not a wicket maiden. So just need to see these bowlers off for the remaining of the afternoon. I think according to my watch, it's about 7 minutes, but I think the umpires are operating on a different time. I think my time is a bit faster, maybe by 2 minutes or so.
Our time is right. I have about 7 minutes myself. Maybe they operate on a different watch, but the same time we started right with our time in here. It's about 7 minutes there about to go. I would say another 3 overs, and that should be the closer play. Another 3 overs. I think that's how it's a show. But the not so certain Devani Joseph will be facing this over.
Yeah, as a batter, you've got to give yourself a chance, really, especially if you've faced a few deliveries. Akeem Ogis has faced over 60 deliveries so far. So he's given himself a chance here to come back tomorrow. Hopefully, that's what he and Windward Islands will be thinking. Devoni Joseph need to think like that. Just soak up some pressure. He cuts, hit hard, but again, fielder gets in his way. So Joseph really needs to give himself a chance, just like Ogis has given himself that. and look to dig in and battle through the rest of the afternoon. Turn and bunks again from Dindial. 2 left-handers at the wicket. I don't think there will be a change in bowling this afternoon. These 2 off-spinners will continue. He sweeps this time. I wasn't sure where it went, but it went behind his back actually. We've already seen one person being bowled behind their back sweeping. I think Zinal Ramsamy from Guyana this afternoon. So got to be careful how you're sweeping and leaving the line of your leg stump exposed. Oh, that's as soft as it gets here. Devoni Joseph just pats this back straight to Dindial, who takes an easy cotton bowl. More trouble here for Windward Islands. They have now slumped to 49 for 4.
Well, I just said it, it's very uncertain, Joseph. Apparently, it's unaware as to the time of the afternoon to be playing that type of shot. Rather than defend, they should have taken a lead from what we saw previous over from O'Geese and just defend. Forget about the maiden, just defend. Looking to play a shot, their big shot, back to the bowl, and he's back to the pavilion. And the Windwards has lost a crucial wicket here this afternoon in the form of Devoni Joseph, and has given the Guyanese great hope because it brings a new batsman into strike. And who knows, that a couple of deliveries remaining, they will be looking for their 5th wicket.
Yeah, and I think he should be rather disappointed with his dismissal. I'll say this. Sometimes as batters, humans, we're all humans, you're allowed to have a lapse in concentration. It happens to the best of us. I'm pretty sure it's happened to the best of us at some point in time. He went to sweep a delivery. He was almost bowled behind his back. An attacking shot option. He tried to play there. The next delivery, tried to hit one down the ground. Can't get a hold of it, straight to the bowler. So I don't think that's a forgivable shot by any means from Devoni Joseph. Having played an aggressive shot before deciding to do something similar the next delivery. So I can't say it was a lapse in concentration, and then he learned from it. Akeem O'Geese in the over before tried to pad a sweep one. After that, he decided, you know what, that's not what I should be doing. Let me pull things back, rein it in, block, till the day is finished.
Yes, the thing is, I was about to say that Joseph is doing his best to be dismissed tonight. He's doing everything to be dismissed rather than, as I said before, game awareness.
Indeed.
Doesn't realize it's just a matter of minutes before the end of the day's play. Why look for shots? Any high risk shots you're looking to perish. And just was about to say it is exactly what happened. He gifted his wicket away rather than defending and follow what O'Geese did and just defend and leave it and come back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. But there's up, the guy needs to try and look for a 5th wicket tonight.
Well, one of the key scalps that the Guyanese team will be looking to get, Tariq Edward, the ever reliable Tariq Edward with bat and ball, is there to rescue Windward Islands again. He gets off the mark right away. So one of the things, Stanley, is we hope that these batters, they learn from this. That's all we hope for as spectators of the game and lovers of the game of West Indies cricket. We're hoping that when you look back at this feed, you look at it and you're able to say, you know what, this is how I'll approach my innings if I get in a situation like that another time. That's all we can hope for.
Yes, I'm being honest with you. If I was in the Geese position, I would not have taken that single because he has exposed the new man in rather than him who is in, so to speak, to bat. I will call basically we down to the final over. Maybe after this another one if there's time. But certainly I would not expose the new man in this so quickly with just a matter of minutes. I would not have taken that single. To be very honest with you. You have to think ahead. The new man is whom?
Tariq Edward. That's one way to look at it. What Edward
That's
will
the
be.
only way to look at it.
Edward will be saying he's capable. He's a capable batter.
Stacey, there's nothing to gain. There's only a wicket to lose tonight.
Well left alone there by Edward.
In other words, you're protecting the new man. It doesn't matter who it is. The new man is being protected. And that's what he should have done. But see how it goes.
I understand what you're saying 100%. But Edward, being a batter of his caliber, he's quite capable with the bat. Red ball, white ball. He should know how to play the situation. Swings this one down the leg. This one will get to the boundary. Will it? Just yes. So a boundary there. It was Errington line from Rampasad, and Edward just swiveled and helped it on its way to the fine leg boundary. Yeah, Mr. Hines is not in agreement with that shot. He thinks just try to see off the deliveries, don't play any risky shots.
He is floating with danger because I've could easily take the back of the bat and looped up in the air. That's the point I want to make. He's floating with danger.
Indeed, and if they get this wicket, I believe the Guyana team will be over the moon as Tariq Edward. Oh, turn and bongs just passing the outside edge. Did it, or did it get an edge there? We'll wait to see.
Signal to see what happened.
Yeah, we'll wait to see what umpire signal. I think he's gonna. Yes, it's a bye. It's byes rather.
Bunks. It really bunks far more than Edwards expected, and he had no clue. The wicketkeeper had no clue, and it went for 2 byes. Fortuitous 2 byes.
Yeah, yeah, indeed. So Edward is one of those consistent performers for Windward Islands. So the Guyana team, if they do get this wicket, rightly so, Stanley, they will think that they are in business tomorrow. Oh, and they do get the wicket. Finger goes up. Tariq Edward, just as you were saying, Akeem Ogi should not have given him the strike. And the Guyana team, as I expected, are exhilarated by getting that wicket of Tariq Edward late on the stroke of the one. Oh my goodness, Stanley.
Well,
another one bites the dust.
I basically predicted it because he should not have taken that thing and bat the over because he's in. So you allow the new man in who hasn't got enough feel of the bounce and turn of this pitch. And Guyanese open themselves to the 5th wicket, and they have succeeded in getting the 5th wicket and put Windward Islands under tremendous pressure here in this low-scoring day's play. A new batsman coming in, so apparently, according to you, our watch is slightly different. The new man in now says open the Guyanese to probably try and get a 6th wicket. That's exactly what has happened.
Well, Noel Leo strides to the middle. Don't think he was ready to come in today. It was definitely, I don't think he was thinking this would have been the position the Windward Islands would have been in when they bowled out Guyana for 69 runs. They are now 56 for 5. Only good thing you can say is Akeem Ogis is still there, battling, but they've lost half of their side.
Well, they're down to the lower of the tail. And with Guyana still have maybe a couple of deliveries, maybe another over. They certainly will be hunting for their 6th wicket.
It's another thing I was thinking. Tariq Edward is such an important wicket for the Windward Islands team. His numbers really tells a story of how important he is and how he's even played in the white ball format. Highlights that as well. So I was wondering if the need to employ a night watchman is something they could have thought about, the Windward Islands team, before sending in Edward. But I guess not, because Noel Leo, who is probably the next man that would have come in to bat if Edward wicket was lost, which it was, he's now there. So no signs of any sort of night watchman coming in for the Windward Islands this late on day one.
This is the side of cricket that we tend to overlook, the tactical side of it. You
Indeed.
made a good point in relation to having lost Joseph. Should have been the night watchman number 11 and preserving number 7, which would have been Tariq Edwards. Rather than that, he came out, and the way he was batting is a matter, can he survive? He didn't. So Guyana have another chance to try and get a 6th wicket. But fortunate for the Windwards, it is Ogis who is batting. Let's hope that he uses his God-given common sense, his grammata, and bat the entire over. Do not allow the Leo to come and face any deliveries.
Pulls this one. He's off strike. Well, I guess in a matter of speaking as well, you don't want Ogis or one of the players who was there got struck.
That pull shot, they got struck.
Rivaldo Phillips, that is.
Yes, that one was shot, and Ogis went back and it struck the city mid on. But he's up. Doesn't seem to be
You know what that is? That is resilience. He has said, we want this over to be finished. I need my team to get in as many overs as possible. You know what, physiotherapist, I'll see you when we get off the field.
Yeah, but what is Ogies? But what is Ogies thinking of? There are a couple of deliveries to come. Leo is in. The Guyanese are rampant. They are looking for another wicket. Forget about the single. It is far more important to bat the rest of the over rather than to allow expose the number 9.
So what if Ogies was on strike and he got dismissed, Stanley? What would have happened then? Oh my goodness, that is a shot to be playing late in the afternoon from Noel Leo. Interesting tactics from Leo.
The point is, if Ogies could not have survived, how could Leo survive? So I would have stayed and bat there for the rest of the over.
Beaten. Action-packed afternoon here, action-packed day really. At the Annisville playing field between these two teams. I think when Ogies took that single, I saw him looking up in the sky and he ran down quite slowly. I think at that point he probably said to himself, maybe I shouldn't have done that. To get a single once more. So Leo is now off the mark and off strike as well. But that's the end of the over. So he retains the strike for the next over.
So how many overs has been bowled for the afternoon thus far, scorer? Because I think it's supposed to have a 46 overs for the rest of this. So what was the instructions from the match referee? Yeah, but it's after 6, according to my watch, and I don't think my watch has gone loony. Well, 43 or another 2 or 3 to come. I think they instructed 46 overs. Yes, it's 46, so there are 3 more overs to come once the light holds.
All the time, they might just cut it off.
I thought it's either 46 or 6. 6 or 46. But still jamming, as they tend to say.
Oh, that was so, I was agonizingly close to the off stump. Noel Leo had no clue. I guess we'll call that a good leave in the end. Did not get bowled from that delivery. My word, that was so close to the off stump.
Fortunate to survive.
Oh, that got some bounce that time. Leo looking to cut it. With that sort of bounce, I believe you should just be leaving it alone. Let it go through to the keeper. Oh, goes downtown, but it has not cleared cover. 2 fielders run to get it in the end. Safe by Noel Leo. Just throwing his bat at that one, looking to go down the ground, getting a leading edge.
Stacey-Ann, to be honest with you, what are they thinking of?
And Stanley, only they would know. I won't be able to tell you. We're up here. We're looking at the game. And the way we think the game should be going, it's going in the complete opposite. Backs away. Gives himself some room, looks to cut it, but punches it straight to the man at cover.
Maybe they're hurried to get to the hotel and have a shower and relax. Maybe I think that's what's happening.
Fully forward on that occasion, Auguste. To be honest, the wicket, the surface has done enough to encourage the Guyanese bowlers, but I will say the Windward Islands batters have definitely encouraged the bowlers even more in terms of how they should go about things, the Guyanese team. And 59 for 5, certainly not good showing from the Windward Islands batters.
Well, they told you 46 overs, right? And this is the over 40, what over 45th?
I think there should be 2 more overs if my calculation is correct.
Well,
Yes.
We'll just describe what we see.
Full toss, driven nicely. Only gets one.
The occasion has definitely overtaken the Windward Islands batsmen. There's no two ways about it. There's a matter of the pressure has gotten to them, and they're doing all sorts of things out there they should not be doing, and just basically giving themselves all sorts of problems.
Oh, he goes back on that occasion. Dindial holds his head in his hands. That was so close, he's thinking. And if they get this wicket, the guy in his team, oh boy. Oh, they probably won't be able to sleep tonight. They'll be high off adrenaline. Missed his run up there, but still delivered. Ogis saw it and pulled out.
Dead ball.
Yeah, he was distracted by Dindial there. He missed his run up, but and sort of slipped when he was about to deliver, but he still delivered the ball. And Ogis just pulled out.
Delivery.
Yeah, no, Ogis pulled out. It's walked into the onside, but singles that Ogis was taken before, he decided not to. So, could well be the last over of the day. We'll see if there's another. Just confirm. Well, we'll know after this over is finished whether it's the end of the day's play or if there's one more over remaining. This one is a bit short. Heading down the leg side. Kept down by Ogis.
Is that it for the day?
Yes, that's it for the day. So I guess that's why Ogis did not take the single that was on offer. So what do you make of this, Stanley?
Wickets tumbled at Annesville for the entire day with spinners totally on top. Low scoring encounter interrupted by two stoppages for rain. But at the end of the day, what we saw here for the day is spinners dominating both innings and some shot selection that leaves a lot to be desired. Yes, the pitch was turning a bit. Yes, it should not happen on day one. But it's a question of how do we cope with the situation? The Guyanese got off at 69. Yes, the spinners, the Windward spinners in Edwards and Murray really tormented them. But when it's the Windward's turn to bat, we saw the same thing happening. The Guyanese spinners in Rampasal, Pasal and Dindial giving them tremendous pressure. And also, we must not forget the wonderful opening spell by Charles and Thorne. And the game right now, as far as I'm concerned, is definitely in the balance with the Windward's closing at what is final score for the day.
Indeed, so 60 for 5.
60 for 5. So in response to 69, they are 60 for 5. Casey, 64. 60, yeah, 60 for 5. And that's the Windward Islands responding to 69 scored by Guyana. And we are in for another intriguing battle tomorrow with the spinners again on this track here. Casey, Stacey, you can wrap it up.
Yeah, well, just to give you a synopsis of what went on today. The Guyana team, they won the toss, decided to have a bat. They were bowled out for 69. Tariq Edward, the pick up the bowlers with 5 for 4. Kurt Murray picking up 2 wickets. Gassi and and Courtney Franklin picking up 1 apiece. When the Guyanese batters, only 2 batters were able to get into double figures. Shama Yearwood and Rivaldo Phillips, 20 and 16 respectively. In reply, the Guyana had excellent bowling plans, as we mentioned. Windward Islands here, 60 for 5. Dismissed batter Stefan Pascal. He was LBW by Aryan Passad. He made 23 of 36. Gerald Jeremiah. He was caught by Rovaldo Phillips. Bowled Joash Charles. He made north of 2 deliveries. Bolton says he was caught by Mavenja Dindial. Bowled Jonathan Rampasad. He made 5 of 17 deliveries. Devoni Joseph, he was caught on ball by Mavenja Dindial. He made 2 of 24 deliveries. Tariq Edward, he was caught by Zinal Ramsami. Bowled Jonathan Rampasad. He made 5 of 6 deliveries. Akeem Ogis is still there. He's 15 of 74. He really looms as key for the Windward Islands team if they are to get to a competitive total or some sort of formidable lead tomorrow. Well, the bowling card for Guyana, Isaiah Thorne, he had 6 overs, 1 maiden, 22 runs, no wickets. Joas Charles, excellent figures, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 4 runs, 1 wicket. Jonathan Rampasad, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 8 runs and 2 wickets. Aryan Passad, 2 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, 1 wicket. And Mavenja Dindial, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 8 runs and 1 wicket. So the slide continues, 15 wickets falling here at the Annisvale playing field. A lot of them falling to spin. We'll get the exact stat for you tomorrow in terms of how many wickets were lost to spin today. So please do join us at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The action continues between Guyana and Windward Islands.